Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Here we go again. For those of you who don't know, I am the G. I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys. And we're about to talk facts. How's everybody doing? What's going on, Jared, Michael, Daniel, Rod, anybody else when they come in later on? But we're about to talk Cowboys. Man, it was a very interesting day of football, I must say. Sorry I didn't get a chance to come on yesterday. Everyone knows. I mean, it was Wednesday night, Bible study, Thanksgiving Eve, trying to help my wife cook, messed up the food, oversalted the dressing. Just all kinds of stuff was going on with me over the past couple of days, and then had family over the day. I wanted to do a pregame show yesterday, couldn't do it. Wanted to do one this morning, couldn't do it. Family came over. Loved the fact that family came over. Had a great time with family at our house. And so I decided, well, I'll just come on somewhere around either the end of the game that's on right now. And this game that's on right now is so terrible. I said, well, I'll go ahead and come on. And again, happy Thanksgiving to everybody who's on. Let's get down to business. So before we get to the Cowboys game, you know, today was strange to me. The game between the Detroit Lions and the Chicago Bears. Did any of y'all watch that game? Me and my son were arguing. We didn't argue long on this, but we were arguing about this because like the old song by Guy and Teddy Riley, "You Can Call Me Crazy." It looked like the Chicago Bears threw that game. It literally looked like the Chicago Bears threw that football game. Does anybody not realize the Chicago Bears were driving the last drive of the game, that the Chicago Bears literally have 30-something seconds to go with a timeout, and the Chicago Bears were literally in field goal range, could have kicked the field goal, tied the game up, and chose to continue to go for the touchdown, and they let the clock run out? And people wrote it off as poor clock management. Do y'all know that they actually finished that game with a timeout on the board? Something wasn't right about that game. Something was not right about the finish of that game, y'all. Something was absolutely stinky about the end of that game. This game, y'all, it ended in 23-20. The Chicago Bears, right there, they literally drove, couldn't be stopped, plenty of time on the clock. And they're saying it was poor. My son was like, well, it was poor clock management by Caleb Williams. How? Does anybody not realize that the coaches can call timeouts? This is why they changed the rule so the coaches could call the timeouts from the sideline, so that these types of things didn't happen anymore. I'm telling y'all, you can call it what you want to. Wasn't poor clock management. Something is stinky about the end of that Detroit Lions Chicago Bears game, and I'm telling y'all something. It was a division game. I'm going to give it the division game as it pertains to how it was played. But the way it played out, it is absolutely stinky, this 23-20 score. And the Chicago Bears had the ball at the end, and they were in pole position to win the game. And they basically threw it. We can call it what we want to, but to me, they threw the game. There's no other excuse. I don't know. Did any of y'all see the game? What's going on, Freddie? Eberflus. Okay, that must be the Chicago Bears coach. You know what? I don't understand it. That game. What's going on, Suave? I'm. You know what? People. You know what? Everybody's entitled to their opinion on this game. Me and my son was debating it, but I've watched too much football. That looked like it was on purpose. That absolutely looked like it was on purpose. Because you think about this, you know, I have to say the Dallas Cowboys, you know, I understand what a lot of people are saying, that you don't want to tank. And I'm with you. They don't want to tank. You don't have to tank. You don't have to tank necessarily, you know, if you want this high draft pick. But the Cowboys are now down to number 13. But I told y'all, guess who now is in the number 1 spot? Take a wild guess. None other than the New York Football Giants. And they're vying for that number 1 spot. They're not like the Cowboys. No, the Giants understand the assignment. The Giants understand the assignment, y'all, to this degree. Be competitive. Be competitive. Just don't win. The players don't have to be in on that. And some of us, we don't like that whole thing. I get it. I'm not going to argue with you about it. But the New York Giants, I'm just telling you, they understand the assignment. They're going for the number 1 spot, and they're not letting anyone stop them. They're going to lose their way to the number 1 spot while looking competitive. Because I'm sorry, as we transition into the New York Giants game, because that's what we're going to talk about, the New York Giants Cowboys game. The New York Giants, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm laughing at the folks who, they keep saying these silly things like the Giants play better the Cowboys play better with Cooper Rush and not Dak Prescott. So now you're going to have to answer me this, riddle me this. So are the Dallas Cowboys the only team that can win with Cooper Rush? Because last I checked, no one's checking for Cooper Rush, because we're about to get the opportunity again. Cooper Rush is going to be available at the end of the season. Y'all do know this, right? Because I can tell you now, the Cowboys are not going to rush to sign, and no pun intended, the Cowboys are not going to rush to sign Cooper Rush. But the Cooper Rush, the Cooper Rush mythological unicorn continues, even though he looked like total trash the first 2 games, and people aren't noticing it again. But I'm telling you, I noticed this in the 2022 when I dug into the tape and when I dug into the box scores. The better the competition, the more Cooper Rush shrinks. And some of those games will fool you that if you don't look at the game and the box score, you'll think, wow, the Dallas Cowboys are actually way better with Cooper Rush. No, they're not. This is one of the reasons why. And I think that I'm not going to be convinced that Jerry is letting go of Mike McCarthy until he walks out the door. But this is one of the very reasons why I have a problem with Mike McCarthy. So you're telling me that when you don't have the man in the game who can make every throw, who can read the defenses, who can go deep, who can do all of these different things that you want to do as a quarterback. So you're telling me with him, you open the playbook wide open. And you put him in situations to where he has to rise to the occasion. And he has to do superhuman quarterback things, of which he's well capable of. But when it comes to Cooper Rush, you dumb the game way down. I mean, he dumbed it all the way down. I told y'all, limitations breed creativity. Y'all remember the story I told you about my cousin? I couldn't wait to get that 64 box of crayons. Or I get that 64 box of crayons, I'm going to make the most beautiful picture that you can make. My cousin, she got that 8 box of crayons. Why does her picture turn out better than mine? Why does her picture turn out better than mine? See, there are some people who are absolute artists, and you can give them those 64 crayons, and they're going to they are going to put together a masterpiece. They're going to put together a masterpiece, y'all. And then there are other people that if you give them those 64 crayons, that even though I was a person that was artistically inclined, but the fact that I had so many things I could do, I couldn't necessarily organize those 64 crayons into the kind of picture that I wanted. But my cousin could take 8 and she could make it look like a masterpiece. And if you gave her 64, she'd tear it up. So you're telling me Mike McCarthy, when he's got a treasure trove of weapons, you telling me he can't win? People can tell me anything they want to about Cooper Rush. But Mike McCarthy, I'm not paying you to win with Cooper Rush. I'm paying you to win with Dak Prescott. I just paid Dak Prescott $231 guaranteed $1 million. I got 231 million reasons that Mike McCarthy, you got to explain to me why you run the ball. I've been screaming, run Rico Dowdle 25 times the whole season. I've been screaming this. I've been screaming, run sweeps. I've been screaming all these things. Why will you not run the ball with Rain Dakota Prescott? Why will you not do it? See, people think it's a Dak Prescott thing. It's not a Dak Prescott thing. It's a Mike McCarthy thing. Why does he change his game plan? Why does he do it for Cooper Rush? I can tell you why. Because he knows Cooper Rush can't make all the throws. He knows Cooper Rush can't run the ball. He knows that Cooper Rush cannot run through those decisions, pre-game reads. He knows Cooper Rush can't move outside the pocket, razzle, dazzle, throw on the run, throw deep down the field on the run. He knows Cooper Rush can't do that, y'all. So you know what he does? Hey, let's dumb it down. Let's simplify the game. See, some of y'all, I'm listening to these men, I'm listening to men like Tom Brady say things in the booth that's clean. It's cluing us in on what we're watching. And some folk, they don't want to hear what Tom Brady is saying. But did y'all hear what Tom Brady kept saying? Tom Brady was saying things like, great catch, good throw, great catch. Because Tom knows, one, that some of these things are great catches. But wait, number two, did y'all hear what he kept saying? Simplify the game for the quarterback. Why did he keep saying? Why did he keep saying stuff like that? Because Mike McCarthy simplifies the game for Cooper Rush because he knows he's limited. So what I have to do, let me give y'all the Cooper Rush formula, and then we're gonna look at these box scores, and I'm gonna prove to you what I'm talking about. Let me give y'all the Cooper Rush formula in a nutshell. And I told it to you last week. I'm going to tell it to you again. 2022 Cooper Rush. The defense better play out of its mind. Because we didn't get what we got last week, y'all. Did you notice? Special teams. The Giants nullified special teams. So now we got to play out of our minds defensively. We not only got to play out of our minds, watch this. Does this defense not look like Dan Quinn the last 2 weeks? Turn the quarterback over, pressure on the quarterback. Get turnovers. Dak Prescott today, healthy, puts up 45 or more on the Giants. How do you win the turnover battle, y'all, and you only win the game 27-20? How do you do it? How do you do that? People aren't understanding what they're watching. And you know what really aggravates me? You know what really aggravates me? This Dallas Cowboy loving Tony Romo loving Dak Prescott fan base, when it comes to Cooper Rush, we even love him more than Dak Prescott, that when the Cowboys went ugly with Cooper Rush, the Cowboys play better with Cooper Rush, even when it's ugly. Even if it's ugly, like the game with the Commanders was, where all of a sudden at the end of the game, I mean, there's this crazy sequence of events, and it's an ugly win, but it's a win. Oh, Cooper Rush. The New York Giants game today, do y'all not realize this was an ugly win? Somebody got to tell the truth today, because I know a lot of folk not going to do it. Somebody got to tell the truth. The New York Giants are absolute trash. And I don't like calling grown men trash. But I'm telling you, what we saw on that field today from the New York Giants was absolute trash. You got to tell me, how does that defense play like that in the Cowboys don't blow this team out? How do the Cowboys not blow this team out today? You got to explain it to me. We don't understand what we're watching. Some of us don't understand what we're watching. Do y'all know we were playing Drew Lock? Drew Lock, y'all. The man ain't played all season. We played Drew Lock. And the score was 27-20? Boy. Brother Sanders, what's going on? Exactly. He is mediocre against mediocre teams. Cooper Rush is not a starting quarterback. I said it last week. I'm telling you the Cooper Rush formula. Your defense better play out of its mind. We're going to need a couple of special plays by the special teams. And if we don't get those, okay, let's make up for those. The defense this week, the defense looked like Dan Quinn's defense. It got a touchdown. DeMarion overshone the real deal. I'm laughing at folk keep talking about Micah Parsons. Man, y'all talk about Micah Parsons all y'all want to. DeMarion overshone, we talking about guys there were some guys arguing me this week about, oh, you don't trade Micah Parsons. He's generational. You know who generational? Is anybody watching DeMarion overshone? His name fits him. Overshone. He's showing out, y'all. Overshone is showing out. This kid tipped the ball to himself and got the touchdown. Overshone playing on a different level than this. I mean, Micah Parsons played good today, and I'm just going to give him good. Overshone? Overshone ain't playing good. Overshone is playing elite football right now. Elite. And I'm telling y'all, boy, could y'all imagine? I don't even want to think about it, y'all. It brings tears to my eyes to think about what Dan Quinn would have done with DeMarion Overshone last year. I'm sorry. Just having DeMarion Overshone last year, Dan Quinn might have took us to Dan Quinn might would have decided to beat the Green Bay Packers. He might would have decided, I'm with y'all, we're going to make a run. Because with DeMarion Overshone, I don't think they do to us what they did to us last year. He on another level. We're going to look at this box score in a minute. J. Orman says, yeah, but if limitations breed creativity, why does Mike McCarthy not do that for Dak? If he did it for Dak, would that not have do so much? He wouldn't have to risk injury like he did just hand it off. That's the problem. That's the issue of my illustration and analogy, J. Orman. Mike McCarthy is me with 64 crayons. When he has a plethora of crayons, he can't paint the picture. There was a discussion on the facility on FS1 this week, and Emmanuel Acho is making the same argument that I'm making, even though James Jones, because he loves Mike McCarthy, he won't face reality. Now, I'm about to hit y'all with some reality. I'm not putting Dak Prescott in the equation. Mike McCarthy, you telling me that Mike McCarthy had Aaron bleeping Rodgers. You fill in the blank on bleeping, whatever you want to put there. But he is Aaron bleeping Rodgers. And I'm telling y'all, Aaron Rodgers in his prime was dang near unstoppable. He was dang near unstoppable. You know what was stopping him? Mike McCarthy. Emmanuel Acho brought up the same thing I brought up. It is a travesty that man had Aaron Rodgers for 13 years in his prime, and all you could muster was one Super Bowl? Do y'all know what most coaches do with great quarterbacks? I'm talking great quarterbacks. They're at least going to rattle off two. Minimum, they're going to rattle off two. They're going to rattle off two and probably get the 4 or 5. They're going to win 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. I mean, you think about it. Jim Kelly's coach got 4. Do anybody not realize the Buffalo Bills, Jim Kelly was an absolute monster? And I'll argue with anybody. Boy, I love Troy Aikman. Dallas Cowboy quarterback. I mean, I've already pointed out some things. He played with great players. People don't want to gravitate towards that. He fell off a cliff after Jimmy Johnson, but I digress. Troy Aikman was still a great quarterback. Do you know who was better than Troy Aikman? Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly was a quarterback savant. People don't give this man enough credit for what he was playing against and why he couldn't win those Super Bowls. But do we not realize he went to 4 in a row? How does Jim Kelly go to 4 Super Bowls in a row? He was absolutely outstanding. He wasn't running up against Troy Aikman. Nah, He was running up against the juggernaut Dallas Cowboys. And people don't understand something. The Dallas Cowboys were not the only great team during that time. They were the greatest. Do we not realize the NFC East was a monster? The NFC East was a monster. The New York Giants were good during that time too. Jim Kelly was an absolute monster. But he kept running up against some of the greatest teams of all time. But guess what? He got there 4 times. 4 times in a row. How do you have Aaron bleeping Rodgers and you only win 1 Super Bowl? Somebody got to explain it. 1? Ain't no way. Give Andy Reid Aaron Rodgers in his prime. Oh, wait a minute. Andy Reid does have Aaron Rodgers in his prime. It's called Patrick Mahomes. Y'all might not realize it, but Patrick Mahomes plays a lot like prime Aaron Rodgers. A lot like prime Aaron Rodgers. I think he's probably a better runner, little bit better runner than Aaron Rodgers was, but Aaron Rodgers is a better thrower of the football than Patrick Mahomes is. Might not be right now because he's old, getting older, and Father Time is undefeated. Go watch Aaron Rodgers in his prime. You didn't want to see him. But you know what his limitation was? Mike McCarthy. And I heard James Jones say something that was absolute sickening. He said that there was nothing, it wasn't Mike McCarthy's fault. And he started talking about how the onside kicks went wrong and all of those type of things. No, James, we're not going to give you that. Aaron Rodgers was too good for it to even be coming down to that stuff. You got Aaron Rodgers, bro. You should be running away with games. Brother Sanders says, what's going on with CeeDee Lamb not playing like he normally does? I think CeeDee Lamb is hurt. CeeDee Lamb is just like Dak Prescott. See, let me tell you what's happened to CeeDee Lamb. We're going to talk facts tonight. The Joneses feel like, unlike all the other teams, no other team thinks like this. The Cowboys say that when we pay you money, you better get the ball more. You better run the ball more. You better catch the ball more. You got to throw the ball more. Y'all better believe that the Joneses have the play sheets for the Dallas Cowboys. And I could only imagine if they said, y'all remember what Stephen Jones said? Well, what the money we're paying CD. I mean, he better get the ball 12 to 15 times. Are you stupid? What? You're going to make him the second highest paid wide receiver, and then you're going to come out here and say that he better get 12 to 15 touches. Okay, hold on a second. So let's do the math on this. So 15 touches times 17 games. That's 255 touches. Y'all help me out. You think CeeDee Lamb gonna last long with 255 touches? Anybody ever played football? Dominique Sanders has played football on a high level. Y'all can go look him up if y'all want to. I hate to put him on the spot, but y'all go check him out. Dominique Sanders is a brother that I go to church with. What's going on, Lost in Translation? I'm telling you, we about to get to that. Thanks goodness on the defense. If you've ever played football at a very high level and you are at a skill position, do y'all know or do y'all understand how absolutely ludicrous it is that a player is going to get 255 touches? So you say, well, of course he's not going to get 255 touches. Now, don't be confused by the box score. You may see where he only caught 7, 8, 9, 10. But you're not understanding that he's also been thrown to another 4 or 5 times. And they're jamming him, they're chipping him, they're holding him, they're hitting him, they're doing all kinds of things. He is the one person they want to stop on the team. People do not understand. CeeDee Lamb said something. He said, I'm not going to lie to you. My body is beat up. I wonder why, CeeDee. I wonder why CeeDee Lamb's body is beat up. So today was game 12, right? So let's average that maybe CeeDee Lamb is getting 12 touches. He's gotten 12 touches per game this season. That means that CeeDee Lamb has been touched. Not that he's even caught these passes. He's probably been touched more than 144 times, as in getting a beating. Jams, blocks, chips, holes, you name it. You know what's wrong with CeeDee Lamb? He's beat up. You know what's wrong with Dak Prescott? They decided to bring in a young offensive line and say that we got a $231 million quarterback, and rather than run the ball, because people said we couldn't run the ball. No, Mike McCarthy didn't run the ball with Green Bay. That's why he got out of town. He's here. Yeah, he's running the ball now. He doesn't want to. He does it reluctantly. And he's also doing it because he knows Cooper Rush is so limited. He really has no choice. They let Dak Prescott get absolutely destroyed behind this young offensive line within the first 8 games. You know what's wrong with CeeDee Lamb? The same thing that's wrong with Dak Prescott. He's beat up. And if they continue, if they don't do something now, CeeDee Lamb might not finish the season. Mess around, CeeDee Lamb will be having surgery at the end of the season. CeeDee Lamb's beat up, y'all. CeeDee Lamb is absolutely beat up. He don't want to say it, but he's beat up. And I'm saying he doesn't want to say that's the reason why he's not performing the way that he was last year. Because I'm telling you, I talked about this in the beginning of this channel. This started with the Green Bay game. The word is out on CeeDee Lamb. Y'all, I'm sorry. We just got to admit what CeeDee Lamb is. And I'm not mad about what CeeDee Lamb is. He is what he is. Angie's not on here tonight, but there's a lady out there comes over here. Her name is Angie, and she says CeeDee Lamb is a supermodel. He is. He is. CeeDee Lamb is a finesse wide receiver. I have no problem with it. He's still a top 3 wide receiver, but he's a finesse receiver, and we got to understand what he is. He's not a Michael Irvin type of receiver. He's not a take a beating type of wide receiver. He's not a Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant was a take a beating type of wide receiver. CeeDee Lamb, we're going to have to admit what he is. He's a different type of 88. CeeDee Lamb is a swift 88. CeeDee Lamb, man, I'm telling you, CeeDee Lamb different. I'm not going to take nothing away from him. CeeDee Lamb will make you miss tackles. You think you got him. He's a lot more powerful than people think. Now, he's not going to hit you head on, but he's a lot more powerful than you think. He catches the ball, arm tackle's not going to get him. You dive at him and you think you can get your momentum. Nope, it's not going to get him. The kid is aerodynamic. The kid is aerodynamic. He's hard to bring down, y'all. He is. He's not that guy almost run through 5 or 6. Nah, he might can shift his way through 3 or 4 of them joints and make a couple of people hit each other and he gone. That's CeeDee Lamb. I love him. I love him as a wide receiver. I want him on my team. I want him on my team. I want him to be my number 1 wide receiver. But I better understand something. My number 2 has got to be a Dez Bryant type of receiver. He got to be a Michael Irvin type of receiver. And I got news for y'all, and we're going to talk about it some more. But I got a strange feeling that unless something changes, I want to see what he looked like with Dak Prescott. But I'm telling y'all something. Jonathan Mingo. I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see some things in Jonathan Mingo of maybe why he fell down the depth chart at Carolina. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. There are some wide receivers that look like it, and anybody who's ever played sports on the next level, people don't understand how special Kevontae Turpin is. He's 153 pounds, 5'9". Kevontae Turpin is an absolute freak. When you're that small and you can play with men as big as men are in the NFL, it speaks to, one, your toughness. Kevontae Turpin is tough. He don't mind being tackled. You can hit him, he'll get back up. He's tough. He's fast. He can break tackles. Kevontae Turpin he's exceptional. He's exceptional. He's a gadget guy, but I would want him on my team, and I hope the Cowboys pay him. And the next coach, if there is a next coach, they figure out how to use him. Jonathan Mingo, I saw size, but I'm not seeing, just from what we're watching on tape so far, I'm not seeing power. I'm not seeing dominance. When you're that big, and anybody who's ever played sports have seen guys like Jonathan Mingo, they're a dime a dozen. You will see guys on the football team and you go, wow, he ought to be dominant. Man, you get this dude, and it's not that he's softer, but you be like, that's it? He that big? He that strong in the weight room? I mean, but then he get on the field and it's kind of like, I'm not seeing it yet, y'all. And I'm sorry, when I see a guy that I'm going to give up a 4th round draft pick for, and people say he was graded as a 3rd round draft pick, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking I should be seeing more by now. I just think I should be seeing more by now. Now, I want to maybe, like I said, I'd like to see him with Dak Prescott. But from what I saw, I just hadn't seen it. I'm just not seeing it. You should be jumping off the field, right? I mean, jumping off the page right now, because the Dallas Cowboys wide receivers aren't that good. I mean, they're just not that good, other than CeeDee Lamb. Jared says the Giants are a bad team and Russ still didn't play well. He's simply not a starting quarterback. He's not. And they know he's not. They know he's not, Jared. They know he's not. Suave, he said, you don't want the truth to that question. Football is a multi-billion-dollar entertainment industry that fuels so many others. Commentating TV, radio commercials, just enjoy the show. Esquire, me and my son had this same discussion all the time. He calls the NFL WWE. Freddie Morales said, how we didn't blow out the Giants today? Easy answer, Cooper. There it is, Freddie. Freddie, boy, you hit it right on the head, man. There it is. Because Cooper Rush was the quarterback. Cooper Rush was the quarterback. That's the problem. I'm going to read you guys' comments and we're going to go to the box score. We're going to look at some things on here because there are some things on here that are very telling. Agent Zero is my favorite Cowboy now. That's Overshown. That's what they're calling Overshown. Yeah, Overshown's a monster, man. I'm telling you, this is an unpopular opinion. Don't get mad at me about my opinion. I'll let y'all have y'all's. Y'all let me have mine. The Cowboys have a golden opportunity, and they're not going to take it. Demarion Overshown is so good. There'll never be a better time to trade Micah Parsons. Don't kill me, it's my opinion. They will never, in Micah's history with this team, because I think he's going to be re-signed, and I'm not mad about it, because if we can find a way, if we got Overshown, we got Micah Parsons, and maybe if we can go get this kid from Penn State or somebody like that, and you got all three of them, Nealon is looking like he's going to be pretty good. I'm not mad if they keep Micah Parsons. I like Micah Parsons. He's a great player. I think he could be an elite player, though, if they put him at linebacker with Overshown, because I don't think anybody would want to see this team running or passing. I would just use him like a Lawrence Taylor type player. Hey, you're going to play the run, but we're going to blitz you on the quarterback sometime too. We're going to let you go break a quarterback leg every now and then. We're going to let you do all kinds of things. But I think he would be better playing beside Demarion Overshown, because Demarion Overshown is just that good. But if the Cowboys wanted to, man, I'm telling y'all, they could get draft picks for Micah Parsons and get that kid from Penn State, and probably get another defensive end that would probably serve you just as good as what Micah Parsons is. Swabby D says, are you sure I don't want the truth? I might know more than you know. Hey, you might. But I'm just saying. Cheyenne, Overshown plays so good, he's going to have to be drug tested. Cheyenne. This dude is on the whole. I'm not Micah Parsons hating because I like him. Micah Parsons flashes at times. Demarion Overshown is flashing on the screen all the time to me. He's flashing. He's just flashing it's like every other play, Demarion Overshown is flashing. This kid is off the chain. Keep an eye on number 11 from that's the guy I'm talking about right there. If the Cowboys get that, man, Cowboys get that kid right there, whoo, man. Darrell Carter, yes, sir. What's good? He said, could you argue that Aaron Rodgers was a little like Mahomes before Mahomes? He was. I'm telling you, they're almost like one and the same. Aaron Rodgers was the Patrick Mahomes of this league. We just did. You know why we didn't realize it, Jared? Mike McCarthy. That's why so many people argue right now. Watch this. I could argue that Tom Brady isn't Tom Brady with Mike McCarthy. But I could also argue that Aaron Rodgers with Bill Belichick probably has similar success as Tom Brady. I can't guarantee you the same thing with Tom Brady with Mike McCarthy. I can't. Bill Belichick coached his teams. He wasn't the offensive coordinator. Josh McDaniels, offensive coordinator. Mike McCarthy, we got proof in the pudding of him being the coach and the OC. And he couldn't with Aaron bleeping Rodgers. He couldn't get more than one Super Bowl. I just got a problem with that. Jared, I just got a problem with that. Kelly went to those 4 Super Bowls because the head coach. Come on now. Man, I'm telling you. You know what? Jimmy Johnson, even though I got beef with Jimmy Johnson, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. But Jimmy Johnson said this. Jimmy Johnson said, if you get a good coach and a good quarterback, he said they're going to win games. Need we say more? You get a good coach and a good quarterback, you're going to win games. Jay Oman said, yeah, but here's my thing. The Cowboys can't be like the Patriots or the Bears. We can't change coaching staff every new year because the team has to adopt to a new playbook culture and learn the staff so much. Well, I think the Cowboys got a problem, though. The problem is Mike McCarthy is not a motivator of men. Did y'all notice something again at the end of this game? The game got away from the Cowboys again. The game got away from the Cowboys again. This team, it's not a dog team. It's not the kind of team that gets ahead of a team and just stomps it and just rips it up like a piece of old raggedy cloth. It's not that team. And this is the biggest issue I have with Mike McCarthy. He's not a motivator of men. He doesn't control the things he can control. And so it's like now, y'all call me crazy, but I'm looking at some things and things aren't adding up. It looks like the Commanders game, Zimmer, and I've been screaming Mike Zimmer. Anybody who's been here, no, I've been screaming Mike Zimmer consistently. I've been saying from the beginning, Zimmer is not playing as bad as people think. Coaching as bad as people think. No, actually, he's coaching great. He's doing more with less. He's progressed more every single week. The key to this team is not the progression of Mike McCarthy. The key and what we're watching with this team is Mike Zimmer right before our eyes. Mike Zimmer is doing more with less, and Mike Zimmer is coaching this defense up on a level to where it's making this team look better than it is. It's Mike Zimmer. Once Mike Zimmer figured out who he had after about game number 3, Mike Zimmer, every week, even with the injuries, he's steadily improved. Continue to stop the run. Now, his secondary play is better. It's strange. Trayvon Diggs is not back there, but I digress. His secondary play is improving. And look at what his defense is doing. If there's one person on this team I wouldn't be mad at if he stays a coach, it's Mike Zimmer. He's been playing well. The quarterback in the NFC, yeah, Troy Aikman, Phil Simms, Randall Cunningham, Mark Wright. Hey, man, let me tell you, the NFC used to be stacked, and people don't even realize it. Lamb's shoulder is hurting. Lamb has an AC joint injury, and that's what's going on with Lamb. And but the reason why he's got that AC joint is because, he's been getting beat up. The Detroit Lions did a number on him. The Detroit Lions is the team that really did a number on CeeDee Lamb. Jim Kelly was a beast. Yep. Pure pocket passer. Him and Elway had cannons for arms. I'm telling y'all, people don't understand how great, I'm not even going to say good, how great Jim Kelly was, but he ran in the super teams. Yep, Roberto CeeDee is hurt his shoulder again. Yeah, he hurt. I think he's going to probably have to wind up. He may wind up like Dak Prescott. See, CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, notice, they are the two players that got the money. You don't find it to be ironic that Jerry said about CD he got to get more touches? You don't think that Jerry Jones might have told Mike McCarthy, hey, we paid Dak all this money. He needs to throw the ball. You never know what he told him. Other teams will scheme him out. Who are we talking about? We talking about Micah or CD? CD needs a Robin to his Batman. Yes, that's the problem, and that's why he's beat up. Because he don't have another wide receiver that can match him. And I'm wondering about Jonathan Mingo. I'm sorry, y'all. When you go and give up a draft pick for a kid, nah, man, he ought to be flashing. I'm just talking about in the route running. I'm expecting this kid to be running wide open, man. 4.46. I'm expecting hey, man, I'm expecting to look at this dude on tape even when he's not getting the ball. Now, a part of me is too, though. It is Cooper Rush. So I'm going to reserve judgment until Dak gets back in the spring. Yeah, Michael Irvin had an Alvin Harper. Yep. And Alvin Harper was an absolute beast. Perfect compliment to Michael Irvin. Perfect compliment. The boys are supposed to pay CD all his money and then bubble wrap him and treat him like porcelain doll. No, I'm not saying that part. I think what they need to understand is who he is. So it would behoove you to get him a number 2 that they have to focus on also. Because if you're telling me he's going to be a top 100 receiver, CD going to be top 10, and then your number 2 ain't even in the top 100, there's a problem with that. You need to try to figure out, the Cowboys need to try to figure out how they had it with Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper, how the Cincinnati Bengals have it with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. You really want that dynamic. You got to have someone else. You either got to get him another good, borderline great wide receiver, or you got to get him a bona fide tight end, or your running game needs to be a lot better. It needs to be a lot better. But I think they got to figure out something with CD because he's just not that type of player. I mean, he's just not that type of player. Freddie says, well, guess what is football? Guess what is football? People get beat up playing. If you don't want to get beat up playing football, don't play. And watch this, though. Think about what I said. If CD Lamb, because he's making money, which is dumb, it shouldn't be about him making money. But if you're saying that he's got to touch the ball 15 times, there's 17 games. That's 255 times. You're not lasting long in the NFL like that. You're just not lasting long like that. He doesn't have that type of body to like that. So he's a different type of receiver. Luther Burden on the way. Mingo has the body type, but doesn't he is hard to bring down. He should be a guy who breaks tackles. I didn't like what I saw from him tonight. I do hope the Cowboys give Ryan Flanoy, yes. I would be putting him in that Jalen Brooks spot. More reps. I want to see what he turns out to be. Maybe he becomes a good receiver along with Tolbert, Turpin. In some ways, we have a bright future, but I hope. I'm telling you, if they mess around and let Flanoy go, watch what I tell you. He'll be a superstar in 3 years. He'll be a superstar in 3 years on another team. Bro said Mingo can block pretty good. He better be able to block as big as he is. Mark Walker, preach. Mingo, yeah, I'm not seeing enough. Turpin is a dog in my Dion voice. Yes, sir. That little dude got Napoleon syndrome. Turpin is a dog. He is. Love Turpin, but I call him Crash Test Coach. Hey, he a dog, man. Mingo looks good to me. He needs a quarterback. That's why I say, J. Recruiter, I'm a reserve judgment. I got to see what he looked like in the spring with Dak. I got to see what he looked like. With all due respect, Cooper Rush sucks. Why we still throwing to Jalen Brooks? That dude looks like he gets smaller every week. I'd like to see more Flanoy in that spot. Dak is going to feed Mingo. I think he is too. I think Dak is going to take him under his wings when he get back too. To me, Parsons is the best player on the team. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you about the opinion, but I was showing somebody something on X, and the numbers don't lie about Micah Parsons. When you start looking at Micah Parsons' stats, especially down the stretch, he disappears. See, Micah Parsons looks so good because he is good. But when he plays elite competition, his size begins to be a problem. Because when he comes against elite teams that actually have good to great offensive lines, he disappears. He's easy to block. He's an undersized defensive end. He shouldn't be playing there. He should be blitzing from the linebacker position. He would be a lot harder to stop. He'd be a lot harder to scheme against because, see, now you got to really know where he is. If you're just going to line him up on the edge, okay, I'm cool. I know. How many moves has he got on the edge, y'all? I mean, really, how many moves? He's either going to go outside, lower the shoulder, try to beat you around the corner, or the move he did tonight, I love how he does it. He'll kind of out in. He's so quick. The tackle will, it's too late. Once you make that move, Michael got you. And then he just boom, bull rushes, knock the shoulder up. He gone. Very powerful for his size. But when he goes up against the elite, he's so much smaller than the average, like the Bosa. You ain't doing Bosa. Watch Bosa. Just watch Bosa. Watch Bosa for the 49ers and you'll see what I'm talking about. You're not knocking Bosa out with double teams ain't good enough for Bosa. They're just not good enough for Bosa. Bosa will run through double teams like it's nobody business. And I think Overshown is better. I think Overshown is going to show us more too. When Cooper throws the ball, it doesn't have enough velocity. That's it. Exactly. That's why he hasn't garnered much attention from other teams. He won't get much better, but will easily be exposed by DC's time for Lance. I wish they would go ahead and play Lance, but just give us one more game. Just give us one more game. Because y'all notice, I'm not taking anything away from Jaden Daniels, but he's a rookie. We beat Drew Lock. I am amped up for the Cincinnati Bengals. Because even though they're not great this year, they've been playing great in certain parts of their offense. See, Joe Burrow, put Joe Burrow behind by 14 points and then collapse in the fourth quarter like they did tonight. Drew Lock just couldn't get it done. The Cowboys put it there on a silver platter for Drew Lock. If Drew Lock wanted to tie that game up, it was right there. Boom, here it is. Drew Lock couldn't make the throws, couldn't make the reads, and you better believe the Cincinnati Bengals, they're absolutely scary because they got Jamar Chase and they got T. Higgins. The Giants only had neighbors tonight. Chase and Higgins, I'm telling y'all, I've watched them on 3 occasions. They'll tough out y'all. To get the best out of Parsons, we need stud tackles. Yeah, I could go with that too. I just don't think he needs to be playing linebacker. I don't think he needs to be playing defensive end. I think he needs to go back to linebacker, and I think he would be more of a monster from the linebacker position because you can move him all over the place, or you could make him do things from the linebacker positions that they couldn't be as prepared for, because if he lines up on the end, okay, I already know what I got to do. But if you put him in linebacker, man, he becomes a problem, man. He becomes a problem. Mark says, I'm with you on that. You could trade Paulson. I would. Not because he's a bad player, y'all. I would trade him because I got Demarion Overshown, this number 11 from Penn State. You could go in there and get him, and then you could go get you a true defensive end and be even more nasty than you are with Micah Parsons, because I'm telling you, the stats are not lying about Micah Parsons, and the guy I was talking to, it was nothing he could do. The stats don't lie. Everybody talked about Dak Prescott in the Green Bay game. Anybody want to know what Micah Parsons was? There was an APB on Micah Parsons. He had 1 tackle, 1 assist. They're one and the same. They're one and the same. Jordan Love didn't even have to tie his sneakers up in that game. I think Butler is gone for the season, LaQueen. I think Butler may have tore his knee. That was a non-contact injury. He may have tore his knee. They didn't say anything about it. I'll look and see what's on the wire. Yeah, Overshown playing great, Lone Star. I really like him. Yeah, I think he may be gone. Micah's not a lateral player. He's a downhill. Woo, Jay Recruiter. Yes, sir. You hit on something right there, Jay Recruiter. Yeah. Micah Parsons is a pin his ears back, go after the quarterback type of, player. And the problem is, you'll notice, this is why he doesn't be as effective in the run game, because they run by him at times. They run by him because he's going up the field. They just run by him. Sometimes quarterbacks can move out of the way of him. Now, if quarterbacks start going outside because he's an uphill guy, okay, he got you. He can run you. But, yeah, I'm with you. Boy, that's a great observation. Luther Burden is on his way to help CD. Man, I hope you're right. Bro, Micah gets held by double teams all freaking game long. If he can figure out how to avoid getting held, he will be unstoppable. Now, and you know why those plays aren't called? It's the same thing with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is a finesse wide receiver. Micah Parsons is a finesse pass rusher. Tell you what I mean by that. When you get a bigger wide receiver or a more physical wide receiver, when you hold on him, tug on him, knock him off the mark, try to stop him from getting the ball, it's more noticeable by the refs, because that more powerful, bigger wide receiver, he's not going to let you get him off his mark. You try to get him off his mark, he gonna fight you. He gonna, no, you're not getting me off my mark. I'm gonna turn for the ball. I'm gonna fight you, whatever I gotta do. And then when the ball is coming, I make that move for the ball, get that flag. CeeDee Lamb get knocked off the mark and no big deal. I mean, no one says anything because he doesn't fight back into the play per se. Micah Parsons. I've seen plays where you could probably call on Micah Parsons. But again, he's a smaller guy. And so when they are doing double teams and stuff like that, you do that to a big guy like Nick Bosa, it's more apparent. Why? Because he's ripping out of those holes. He's ripping out of them, or guys' limbs are hanging on him. Jerseys being pulled. Why? Because he's powerful. He's big and he's powerful. With Micah Parsons, they can hold him to where he's not ripping away from guys and jersey tugs and all of that. They can keep it within the confinement of, yeah, I'm holding you, but you're a little bit smaller. It's not that he's not strong, but it is what it is. It's physics. Some of these guys are just big and strong on the line. And so him ripping away isn't the same rip away as Mike Bosa, if that makes sense. There's a difference in guys when they got power. It's way more apparent when you're holding a power guy. Man, I was watching some stuff on Lawrence Taylor. Boy, let me tell y'all something. Boy, Micah Parsons is great, but I'm telling y'all something. Boy, it is blasphemy to say that Micah Parsons is anything close to Lawrence Taylor. Woo, man, I watched some tape on this dude. Man, Lawrence Taylor was different, bro. Lawrence Taylor was big and fast. And anything you did to Lawrence Taylor, it was just blatantly apparent because he was a force. So it's harder to hold a guy like that and people not notice it. But when you got those finesse guys, I mean, you can get away with murder with a lot of them finesse guys. Quentin says, Agent O, Jerry might be thinking, Steven, hold my drink. I think I can get that 4th round pick for Micah. Ding dong, bye-bye. Hey, he could get a whole bunch of picks for that dude. He could. But I think he likes him. He's probably going to hang around. That Bills defense Kelly had was special too. Bennett went to my school. Wow. Yeah. And the thing is, lost, they just kept running up against these super teams. Cowboys were super teams. Quentin says Jerry is setting up Mike McCarthy. Hot take, Zimmer deserves another year. Yeah, I already talked about it a while. I've been talking about it all year. Zimmer wouldn't be mad if they gave him another year. Looking at the filthy team, how did they get all those young players on defense? It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing, Lone Star, how a lot of people keep doing things and we can't seem to do it. Yeah, hey, man, I hope so. Especially the kid right here at Buka. Man, I hope so. Yes, sir. What's going on, Wicked? Hit that like, subscribe, and smash that bell. Yes, sir. So do you think the Cowboys win in their last game? If not at all, which ones? I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm going to tell y'all something. If the Cowboys win out, Mike McCarthy is not who I'm looking at. If the Cowboys win out, who I'm looking at is Mike Zimmer. Because it's the only way they are going to win out. Cooper Rush has already proven he can't win out. But this defense can win out if they can stay disciplined the whole game. Oh, whoa, Wicked said Jerry Jones will bring in Aaron Rodgers next year. Woo, man. You know what? It looks like that Aaron Rodgers. Tell me this isn't crazy. We could be looking at an offseason with Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams being on the free agency market. That's crazy. Y'all tell me what y'all think. If the Cowboys had the opportunity to get Devontae Adams, because I think he's going to be out there again. The Jets are about to clean house. He might be out there again. Would y'all go get Devontae Adams on a second time? If you could get him cheaper? Jerry Jones is setting up Mike McCarthy for not doing more, but Zimmer doing more with less, and Mike is doing nothing with more. Nothing with less answer defense to head coach job. Man, I'm telling you, if there's somebody I'd bring back Zimmer. I would bring back Zimmer. I would. CP says, let me guess. Jerry thinks there's still a chance. Yes, sir. I don't think Jerry thinks there's a chance, but Jerry is gloating right now. Yes, sir. That's him, Abdul Carter, right, Freddie? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. LaQueen says, I really think Mingo needs Dak. Rush can't throw like Dak. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna withhold judgment fully on Mingo because he hadn't looked too good with Rush. Turpin needs more touches. Woo! Hey, let me tell you something. Wild Boy Trier. He don't need more touches. They need to go ahead and get that man his money. That's what they need to do. Our quarterback. Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna hold a little bit. I'm gonna reserve judgment. Yeah, you need a good wide receiver. Yeah, we need another wide receiver. And that's why I think CeeDee Lamb has been so beat. Man, Deron Bland. Man, you know what, guys? I'm just not. It's not just a play on the field. But Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs, to me, both, they're in the same boat. I'm going to say something here, and I could be totally wrong. I like to talk facts. But I'm looking at something also as it pertains to those two. I just wonder what their affinity is for Dak Prescott. And for me, if you don't love my quarterback and you don't have my quarterback's back, I've already committed. You know, this is why I say this to all the Dak Prescott haters. Even if what you're saying is true, we have committed to Dak Prescott for at least 3 more years. The contract starts next year, so we're going to be committed to Dak Prescott for 3 more years, 25, 26, 27, I believe. Man, I'm riding for Dak Prescott. If Dak Prescott's my quarterback, I'm riding for him. I'm not riding with him. I'm riding for him. I'm riding for him. And the thing that bothers me, it's about those two in particular. And I could be wrong. They seem to ride harder for Cooper Rush. And the reason why I say they seem to ride harder for Cooper Rush, those two in particular, they seem to ride harder for Cooper Rush because I look at how they play. And I know why they're playing like that, because they know Cooper Rush is so limited. Put that same mindset in the Dak Prescott. Put that same mindset in the Dak Prescott, who is unlimited compared to Cooper Rush. And they should be telling Dak Prescott, as Michael Parsons said before, Dak Prescott ought to be able to turn the ball over when we still have his back. I watched the Houston Texans game, and I'm telling y'all, I want to play on the Detroit Lions as the quarterback. Jared Goff had 5 turnovers, and do you know they still had his back? They still had his back. It was like they were not even blinking. This man turned the ball over 5 times. They literally act like they were not blinking. This went out there and kept on trying to win. Kept trying to get him the ball back. Hey, we'll get you the ball back. Give you another chance. We'll get the ball back. We'll give you another chance. I want my star players all riding for my quarterback like that. And to me, it just don't seem like they're riding for Dak like that. I could be totally wrong. Uncle Charles, what's going on? He said, let's talk Cowboys. Do you think we got a chance to beat Cincinnati? And what about the 2 guys that we lost today? Man, I'm going to be honest with you. I just think this Cincinnati game is going to be an absolute monster. I'm just being 100% honest. We're about to see a different type of quarterback go against this defense. We're about to see a different kind of quarterback go against this defense because he can take a beating. He don't get rattled by getting beat up, y'all, because Joe Burrow used to getting beat up. We're going to see what this thing is really all about with Cincinnati, because the defense has done something the last 2 weeks that you have to do for Cooper Rush. Don't let him get behind. Don't let him get behind. And what did the defense do, y'all? When the Cowboys looked like, when they got behind, what was it, 7-6? What does the defense do? The defense get a touchdown. What? If you tell me your defense going to score, you're going to beat some teams. That's how they were beating teams in 2022 and even 2023 when Dan Quinn was here. Lost in translation says, what people don't realize is that when you keep passing at the rate we pass, we put too much pressure on our left tackle. Woo, yes. Whose left tackle always has problems? Dallas Cowboys. Yes, great observation. No, he is not. No, he's not. It's my guy number 13. Okay. CD said in an interview, yes, I'm beat up. I need more conditioning. He said he's going to do more work. Well, Roberto, that's what happened when you hold out the whole offseason. And, I mean, people keep talking about this conditioning coach the Cowboys have. Maybe they did have a talk with him. Daniel says, so are we for sure the Cowboys will lose to the Bengals? Not for sure. I'm just saying I've watched the Bengals this year. And the Cowboys, again, they let the Commanders off the hook. The Commanders almost got him. It took Turpin to return a kick that kind of sealed the deal. And they missed an extra point. You're not going to do that to Cincinnati with Jamar Chase and Higgins. See, the Commanders didn't have 2 wide receivers. See, now we got to go against 2. This is going to be a real test for Zimmer. Can you handle 2 top-tier receivers? T. Higgins could be a wide receiver 1 on probably 30 other teams. 31 other teams. T. Higgins is that good. T. Higgins could be a wide receiver 1. That just goes to show you, though, how great Jamar Chase is. Jamar Chase is that good. So we're now going to play a team to where DaRon Bland, now you got to pick your poison. So who does DaRon Bland hold? Because whoever on that other side, you better get ready. They're going to have a long day at the office on the other side. Whoever DaRon Bland is not on. And even DaRon Bland, DaRon Bland good. He going to have a day with whichever one of them he on. Whichever one of them he holding. Those receivers are great. Parsons wants to play in. That's it. Parsons wants that defensive end money. Overshown is the player. I'm with you. I think Overshown is the player we need to build around. I'm with you 100%. Parsons a linebacker. Man, you put that joker linebacker, him and Overshown, nobody will want to see him. What's your thoughts on Jimmy Johnson coming on deck? Oh, man. I'm going to tell you about that in just a second. Reason why I say Lamb is a great slot wide receiver. He plays really good out of the slot. And if you got him another wide receiver that was really good, you can play him out of the slot sometimes. Maybe you play him out of the slot 40 to 50% of the time. I think he eats better in the slot. Yeah, LT was big and fast and Jack. Yeah, that boy was in love with the Coco, boy. He was in love with the Coco. Mike Zimmer is old. You know what, Willie? I wouldn't mind, because I do think as good as Zimmer has been, I'm not going to be surprised if the Cowboys do not allow him to be the defensive coordinator next year. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys say, Zimmer, but will you stay on in a consultation role? Because that's what he was at Colorado. Some people don't realize I think he was in a consultation role with Colorado Buffaloes. I would let Al Harris be the defense coordinator because I think Al Harris is moving his way up the depth chart of Al Harris is going to be a head coach in this league, and he deserves to be a head coach in this league. I would go ahead and let Al Harris be my DC and let him basically audition for the rest of the league. He's going to be a head coach. He's not going to be a head coach here because I think the Cowboys need someone more offensively minded. But if they were to let Al Harris do it, I think the team would go crazy. I think they have a lot of love and respect for him. And if you did do that for Al Harris, then you would have to make sure that you would have to go out and get him a Ben Johnson. You know, because I tell you, for me, this team, for it to be the most valuable sports franchise in the world, they don't pay their coaches enough. And a lot of people may not realize that we're talking about Jerry re-signing Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy might not want to re-sign with the Cowboys. There might be another team that want to pay him more than the Cowboys. I mean, so he might want to go somewhere else. And so for me, I think the Cowboys need to pay their coaches more. And if I was them, if I did let Al Harris be the head coach, because I wouldn't be mad at it, having a young coach, I think the players would really rally around because he seems to have a lot of love on the team. If I did let him be the coach, I would go out there and pay I would go out there and literally pay Ben Johnson. I'd pay him $5 million. I would. I'd pay him $5 million. I'd make him the highest paid offense coordinator in the league. I'm going to give him $5 million and say, hey, do for us what you're doing for Detroit. Has anybody watched some of those Detroit plays? This man is so creative, it's insane. This dude is so creative, it's insane. And the Cowboys, they're going to have a cap space. They're going to flip a switch on Dak Prescott's contract. They're going to flip the switch on CeeDee Lamb's contract. They're going to have $100 million in cap space. They're probably going to let go of Terrence Steele. They're going to let go of one of those safeties. They're going to have $100 million in cap space. They're going to have the opportunity to go in the draft because we've already kind of thrown ourselves in the 15-ish. Even if we don't get Genty, y'all, don't panic. Genty is probably going to go in the top 10. There are still some great running backs in this draft. The one thing that this draft is weak on, and a lot of people don't understand, and I'm going to transition. Let me transition into the Lone Star. Let me reach out to comments, and I'm going to transition into the whole thing about what do I think about what Jimmy Johnson said. Jimmy done got on my nerves, y'all, with his hypocritical self. I'm gonna expose him later on in the week. But I would go ahead and like I said, I would go ahead and pay. I would, if I was going to get Al Harris as a coach, I would definitely get a guy like Ben Johnson and go ahead and pay him to take over that offense because I'm telling us, I think a young coach, I think it could be good. Some of these teams rally around these young coaches. They do. They rally around them. And so, yeah, he says Mike Zimmer is old. LT was great, but also his front seven. Yes, front seven was good, very good. And the Cowboys, like I said, they got a great opportunity where they could actually bring in. What's going on, Angie? I was talking about how you said CD was a supermodel. He was over there looking cute tonight, but he's banged up. But I think the Cowboys have a great opportunity to bring in some players this year. Freddie says Devontae Adams in Dallas will not work because he's a number one. For sure. He's not coming and be second fiddle to CD, and CD's not taking the backseat to Adams. You know what? And I think another problem would be, Freddie, I think the other problem would be this. I think that Dak Prescott would be feeding Devontae Adams. One thing that I know about Dak Prescott, and he showed it with Amari Cooper, Dak Prescott loves wide receivers that can run routes. And I'm pretty sure every quarterback does. Dak, what were they, 3-5, 3-6 when he got here or something like that, 3-5? Changed life for the Cowboys. Changed life because he can run routes. And when someone can run routes, you know where they are going to be. You know where they are going to be. Adams is a true number one. Yep, Lamb is great in the slot. I already said he's not physical enough. Nope. And Devontae Adams will be great. But, yeah, I said it early in the season. Devontae Adams might be a little too much for his ego unless Devontae really came in and, really came in and kind of mentored him. Mingo looks like T.O., and it's funny that he wears Owens number 81. Yeah, he does look like T.O. Too bad he don't play like him. T.O. was crazy out there. That Mingo pick isn't looking too good now, G. Yep, said the same thing. I'm starting to really be worried. Me too. I said I'm going to reserve judgment until we get Dak back. Burrow has weapon and Chase, Higgins, and Brown. Yep. And others help him out. And that the Bengals defense looks bad. And maybe the Cowboys offense puts up 127 points. They're going to have to. I promise you, they will not be able to. They're going to have a hard time holding the Cincinnati Bengals to 20 points. They are going to have a hard time. Appreciate your brother Roderick with the super sticker for $1.99. Red hand pointing up. Red hand pointing up. Okay, yeah, explain that a little bit more. I am finished with Jimmy LaQueen. Let me transition as we go to the box score. I'm gonna do a video on this in depth about Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson ticked me off. Jimmy Johnson is about his money now, y'all. That's the part that ticked me off about Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson is too smart to allow Colin Cowherd. Now let me preface. I would go through the whole video, but FS1, they copyright strike you if you use their stuff. But we gotta kind of get the entirety of Jimmy. What Jimmy said was, and what I don't like about what Jimmy said is, Jimmy said he wouldn't have signed Dak Prescott. But do you know why he's saying he wouldn't have signed Dak Prescott? Because he's using 2020 hindsight. He's saying that if he would know, and he's not saying it, but he's saying it, if he would have known then what all of us knows now. Okay, y'all. Who is going to sign somebody knowing that they're going to get hurt in the future? So he's saying that if he would have known as far as him getting hurt, if he would have known as far as the season has been going, if he'd have known all of that, well, doggone it, man. Don't nobody know all of that. But if he'd have knew all of that, he's saying he wouldn't have signed Dak Prescott. But watch what he said. He would have let him play out the deal. And he said that if Dak, not even just the Super Bowl, he said that if Dak would have got to the playoffs, and let's say he gets to the second round or the third round, and the loss is not on account of him, then he signs Dak Prescott. But he's saying not that he wouldn't have signed Dak. He's saying that he would have took a chance on the bidding war on Dak Prescott, because he also said in a sense that he don't believe that Dak Prescott would have went anywhere in the first place. So he's saying that he believed that the Cowboys still could have signed Dak. But here's the problem that I have with him, LaQueen. He the same person in September on video when they asked him about the Dak Prescott signing. You know what he said? Dak is the man. Dak is the man. He deserves the deal. And then they said, well, what about his playoff record? He said, give him a chance. He's going to win some playoff games. And he said, I quote, put the players around him and he will win you some playoff games. Dak is good enough to win you a Super Bowl. So what changed your mind? Did they put the players around him? I didn't see any changes, as in they put the players around him, that we gave him the opportunity to get the players around. I didn't see any of that yet, because we're not going to see that until next year. Y'all watch what I tell you. Jimmy, I could be totally wrong, but I think Jerry going to do something crazy next year. I believe that Jerry, they're going to go in a draft. They're going to get probably a running back, wide receiver, probably get a D end, probably get a nose tackle. They're going to probably get a couple more defensive players. I think they're going to get some skill positions for sure. They're going to probably do some things with some trades. I will not be surprised if they make one major move in the trade market, maybe a major and a minor. I believe in 2025, they're going to put players around Dak Prescott. They have to. They have to, because they're going to have to acknowledge the fact, when you look at what everyone else is doing to the quarterbacks they're paying, they're putting serious players around their quarterback. That's what they're doing. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's putting players around their quarterback. And in order for the Cowboys to win, they're going to have to follow suit. I got a feeling that's exactly what Jerry's going to do. I got a feeling that Jerry's going to do it. I could be crazy, but I think because he's already said it's making me want to do something, blah, blah, blah. Then they're going to do it. So if I said the Cowboys would win 34-24 against the Bengals, would that be a big-time win for the team? Yeah, because to me, if the Cowboys score 34 points, You're going to tell me in that same game then, that's going to tell me that the defense for the Cowboys are going to do what they did this week. They're going to get a touchdown or two. They're going to have to get a touchdown or two. I don't think there's no way possible that this team can score 34 points with Cooper Rush. I just don't think there's any way. I don't. Because I'm going to tell you, y'all don't realize it, but two of the interior linemen for the New York Giants were missing today. And had they had those two interior linemen, oh, man. Because the Cowboys, for whatever reason, they love to run between the A and the B gap. They love to run between the tackles. They would not have been running between the tackles today. And if it's me, the way you beat the Cowboys is simple. You put the game in the hands of Cooper Rush. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. The Giants couldn't do it. They almost did it. They messed around, let the Cowboys defense score a touchdown. That game would have been a different game had they not got that defensive touchdown. The way you beat the Cowboys, you put the game in the hands of Cooper Rush. So you know what I'm going to do if I'm the Cincinnati Bengals? I bet you Rico Dowdle will not run against me. He ain't going to run against me because I'm going to do everything I can do to stop Rico Dowdle because I want them to throw the ball. You move to 6 and 7, then all of a sudden you're on a 3-game winning streak. Yeah, the problem is I've already shown Daniel Lim the chances of the Cowboys getting that playoff spot, it lessens every single time. Because, like I said, the NFC North is the problem. As long as Detroit, Minnesota, and Green Bay keep winning, there's only one spot, and that's the 7th seed. And that 7th seed, it's so convoluted around that 7th seed. The Cowboys really can't tie with anybody. They literally have to win out. There's no leeway. They would have to win out. And all those other teams would have to lose. They'd have to lose more games than the Cowboys. And the chances of that happening on a lot of those, who knows? I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but man, boy, we're talking about lightning striking, twice in the same spot. The defense is carrying hard for the boys, and yet we're 5-7. It feels like they're getting tired, and that's concerning. Well, you know the problem is too, Daniel? You notice how they keep falling apart down the end? This is what they could do with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn defense could get that team such a lead that they could be putting in backups by the fourth quarter. They haven't been able to do that yet. Look at what happened. They almost fell apart at the end of the game again. You think CD Powell's now, when the ball is coming his way, sign Devontae and see what happens. Oh, I agree with you on that. LaQueen said, yes, I heard him double standards. It's crazy. But see, watch this. The Bible says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Jimmy Johnson is double-minded. It's that money. See, they wouldn't want me to come on their show. They wouldn't want some of y'all to come on their show. See, I'm the type of person, it don't matter what you pay me. I'm going to tell you what the truth is. I'm going to tell you what I know. Whatever I know the truth to be, that's what I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to change my mind because all of a sudden I'm coming on with a bunch of crazy folk. I'm going to be crazy with them. Now, somebody got to be sane. Jay Recruiter said Jimmy's at that age where he doesn't care what anyone says about him. He can say whatever he wants. And he can go, he can double talk. You don't care. You don't think he knew the tape was out there? Mike Fisher said something this week. He said, when you tell the truth, you never have to remember it. But when you tell a lie, you have to always remember the lie you told. Boy, it's a powerful sentiment right there. Lone Star, he took a big shot at Dak, and even if he thinks even if he thinks that should not be talking, nope. It was terrible. It was a terrible take. And that's one of the things, and I'm so glad that Dak Prescott, though, if you just check out Dak Prescott up in I love what Dak Prescott is doing. I have not seen hardly any other player do what Dak is doing. Dak still continues to be around the team. I've just never noticed anybody else do that on injured reserve. I've never noticed anybody else do it. Because I'm wondering if he's even on injured reserve. Because I thought there were rules to injured reserve to where you couldn't be around the players. Dak Prescott, he's on the sidelines. He's in the locker room before the game. He's up there with the coaches while they're calling the plays, listening in on the play calling, taking notes. I just didn't know you could do that. I mean, because the reason why I didn't know you could do it, because no one else has ever done it, as far as I know. I mean, we don't see DeMarcus Lawrence hanging up there in the defensive booth. We don't see DeMarcus Lawrence anywhere around the team. I mean, no one's heard of him. Heads or tails. Heard from him, heads or tails. We didn't see Brandon Cooks around the team. Like, who else have we seen like this? I mean, when Michael Parsons had the sprain, I mean, I didn't see him up there in the defensive. I don't know. Dak is different. He's got very thick skin. And I think you have to be the Cowboys quarterback. So that's one of the reasons why I really love Dak Prescott as a quarterback for this team. And I think that he's going to get the chip. Won't be 2025. I think 2026 will be the year the Cowboys get the chip. Cowboys need to get ready for the Bengals. They're a real good football team. You better believe it, David. They're not going to see. They see the Cowboys coming. But the Bengals are also trying to, I think the Bengals, let's see here. I think the Bengals have a better chance from where they are in the playoffs versus where the Dallas Cowboys are in the playoffs. Let's see here. And a lot of this is going to come to fruition after Sunday. But when you look at the playoff race right now, the Cincinnati Bengals are at number 10. Now, the Cincinnati Bengals are going to have a hard time this week. But, they're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, this is another one of these divisional games, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the problem with this game is the Pittsburgh Steelers don't score a lot of points. So if the Cincinnati Bengals can find a way to rattle off 28 points, you're likely going to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have red zone issues. They have a hard time scoring more than 27 points tops. So the Cincinnati Bengals, and you look at the Dolphins lost. So we'll see what happens with the Colts. They're playing New England, so who knows? I mean, by the time the Cowboys and the Bengals get to each other, the Bengals could actually be number 9. They could be number 9. And if the Colts mess around and lose, they could literally be number 8. So the Bengals can work their way further up the playoff wall than when you look at the Cowboys. Man, the Cowboys are at number 12. They moved up 2 spots, but we got to let the rest of the week play out. But the problem becomes 49ers, well, they're probably not going to beat Buffalo. But got a feeling the Rams, even in New Orleans, I think the Rams can beat New Orleans. They'll go to 6-6. The Bucks play Carolina, probably going to beat Carolina. They'll move to 6-6. Cardinals, Minnesota probably going to beat the Cardinals. But see, the problem is they'll have more wins than the Cowboys, period. So the Cowboys, they really have an uphill battle just to even get to number 8. They have an uphill battle. They do. And the problem is it's literally going to require every team in front of them. Every team in front of them would have to, some kind of way, the Cardinals, they can only win 3 more games going forward. The Buccaneers could only win 3 more games going forward. The Rams could only win 4 more games going forward. And the Cowboys would have to win out because they cannot tie. They cannot tie with the 49ers. They can't, and I'm pretty sure they can't tie with the Rams, or they got to play this team. So Vegas right now has the Cowboys' chances at 1%. I'm just telling you, man, the Cowboys' chances are very slim. Right now, look at her. Right now, the Cowboys' playoff probability is 4%. It's 4%. So, not saying it can't happen, because it can. Because I've seen some of this crazy stuff happen. Teams go on a run, and everything falls into place. But the problem for the Cowboys, they literally have to win every single game. That is tough, man. Every single game? Every single game. That is going to be tough. That's going to be tough. And I tell you this, they mess around and do it. This fan base go crazy. The chance for trade Dak Prescott to be so loud it'll be deafening. It'll be deafening. Bengals are like the Cowboys this year. Any team can win. Yeah, but you know what the problem is, Jay Recruiter? But when I look at the fact, when you think about what we faced this year, this is the one thing that we haven't faced. There are not a lot of teams like the Cincinnati Bengals. It's weird. Who has the Cowboys played that has 2 wide receiver ones? I do not count Higgins as a wide receiver 2. He's that good. He is literally that good. And so I think it's going to pose a problem for him. It's one thing to scheme for 1 wide receiver. But when you got a scheme for 2, it's going to be tough. I'm just telling us, it's going to be tough. Freddie says, I believe that Jerry's going into next year's draft and tell Steven, get out the way, boy, and let your old man show you how to wheel and deal, son. I think so, too. I really think, because Jerry said something about Dak Prescott that I thought was very strange. He said, I want Dak Prescott to be the quarterback of this team for the remainder of my tenure. It's a weird statement. So it leads me to believe that he's probably going to try and make a run of some sort in the next 3 years. Because if y'all notice what he's been saying, he said that this season has made me think that I need to do something, that I really need to do something. And so it's leading me to believe, okay, Jerry is about to surprise us. And I think Jerry is going to do something. I think Jerry's going to do something that he's going to surprise us and do some things that we never thought he was going to do. I think that's what's going to happen. Roderick says it has to be a team effort. Yep. The defense has to score as well as the special team for us to win these next games. That's it. The Cooper Rush formula, I'm telling you what it is. Defense has to play out of its mind. Special teams need to be special. Special teams either need to get you a touchdown, more than a field goal. We need more than Brandon Aubrey's field goals. The special teams need to get you a field goal. And if they don't, then we need the defense to rise to the occasion. And the defense finds a way to not only get us turnovers, but get us touchdowns from the turnovers. So, man, we're about to see something with the Cowboys over the next few weeks. Lone Star said something here. I just want to look at this before we look at the box score real quick, and because the box score is really telling this game. I want to kind of look here. So if you look at who the Bengals have kind of encountered, the Patriots, don't understand that loss, but they got beat. The Chiefs, I think they took the Chiefs down to the end in this game. The Commanders, got beat by them. We beat the Commanders. They beat the Panthers. The Ravens game, they came all the way back in this game, if I'm not mistaken, and wound up getting beat on a last heroic play by Lamar Jackson. They beat the Giants. They beat the Browns. They ran into the Eagles. The Eagles are better than we think. They beat the Raiders. They had to play the Ravens twice. Ravens beat them 2 times. They got beat by the Chargers. So I would say, Lone Star, just having the Bengals, just having the Ravens in your division twice is tough. And I think I watched that second Ravens game. They cheated them out of that game. The Bengals should have won that game. They missed not 1, not 2. They missed 3 blatant penalties that would have changed the ending of that game with the Ravens. But really, other than that, you look at the Bengals and the Chiefs, the Commanders were kind of on a run at that point in time, but I don't understand the whole I don't understand losing to the Patriots. I'm sorry. That's crazy. They lost to the Patriots at home. Jaden Daniels did them up. Jaden Daniels did them up. The Chargers did them up. I watched that game too. I think in that game, the defense kind of they basically gave the Chargers so many opportunities to win in that game, and the Chargers just finally said at the end, okay, you're going to keep doing it, then we'll take it. So, I don't know. They've kind of been a Jekyll and Hyde team. I think they may be a little bit. I think what makes them better than us, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, is what makes them better than us right now. Now, if Mike Zimmer, if he can find a way to, once again, if he can find a way to beat that team, I'm telling y'all, boy, Mike Zimmer is making a case. Mike Zimmer is making a crazy case, y'all, that, hey, there are some teams, because the only way we're going to win out is, I'm not saying that the offense is not going to be a part of it, but it's going to require Mike Zimmer to do some insane things. And if Mike Zimmer pulls that off, man, everybody in the league need to be looking at Mike Zimmer. Everybody in the league need to be looking at Mike Zimmer if they pull this off. Cooks look pretty good. This guy's a good wide receiver, and he's a true veteran as well. Mike also hinted that Tank and Diggs might be back against the Bengals. You know what? I don't know if that's a good thing, because I'm telling you, man, Trayvon Diggs been getting towed up this season. People overlook how great the duos of Starworth and Swan were. Woo! Not me, Wicked. Them boys used to have me crying, bro. Man. Hey, you remember, you want to talk about acrobatic? Lynn Swan deserved to be in the circus, bro. Lynn Swan used to make some of the most acrobatic catches you ever want to see in your life. Man, Lynn Swan would go up in there and end you, bro. Terry Bradshaw is also underrated. Yep. He took beatings and played through them. Remember when he was giving a pile drive on the field? Man, hey, they don't make him like Terry Bradshaw no more. He's tough. He's a very tough quarterback. I say Terry Bradshaw is the GOAT, prime for prime. I don't think anyone could beat the 79 Steelers team. Yeah, boy. Ooh. They were tough. That defense was a tough out, man. It was. It was. And Lynn Swan, he's another one of those receivers. Lynn Swan could have played in any era. Any era. Honestly speaking, G, I'm studying Dak. When he gets back, we're going to see a different Dak. Trust and believe. I believe so, too. I think he's going to move different when he gets back. 92 Cowboys would best that 79 Steelers team. Hey, man, I ain't going to argue with you, man. That 92, 93, man, Jimmy had them boys humming, boy. Them boys were humming. I thought you can do it. You talking about the thing with Dak. So if the Bengals lose to Pittsburgh, they will fall to 4-8. Yep. And we're going to see, because, a lot of people have been calling the Pittsburgh Steelers fraudulent. I don't think they're fraudulent, but I do say they're a team that don't mind taking you out to the deep and grinding it out and winning. They don't mind. They don't care how they win. I like that, too. They don't care how they win. They don't care if they beat you by 3, 2, or 1 or 0.5. The Pittsburgh Steelers just feel like if they beat you, they beat you. Yeah, Dak is a very unique person. That's why I like him. Gabe, what's going on? Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams' Madden ratings have both dropped considerably and precipitously that I don't think they're going to have a big market as we think they would. You know what? I tell you this. Aaron Rodgers, the thing about him, he's not going to play backup in this league. So we'll see what's going to happen with him. I do want to see if there's going to be a market for him. Daniel said there were too many teams to jump ahead of, and even if we get to 10-7, it won't be enough to make the playoffs. I mean, everybody's basically have to collapse. Everybody has to collapse in order for us to get that spot. If the Bengals beat Pittsburgh on Sunday, look out. Yes. The Cowboys should be afraid and could be in deep trouble Monday night. I'm here for all the smoke. Because if they beat them, it's going to be because of something that Mike Zimmer is doing. G, do you remember when Dave Campo was the head coach? Yep. They came into the last weekend of the season needing 8 teams to lose, and the boys had to win to get a play. Yeah. I'm telling you, I've seen it happen before. Where teams need all kinds of witchcraft, voodoo, and chicken feet to win. I mean, chicken feet to happen, and it does. Yeah, that defense of Pittsburgh, that's why I say the Pittsburgh Steelers will take you out to the deep. They don't mind winning ugly. McCarthy can't win against good teams. Yeah, we're going to see this Cincinnati Bengals is going to be something. I'm calling right now. Put Zimmer as head coach. He will be able to control the locker room, which means the whole team will be disciplined, get an offense coordinator, and a good one to spend in free agency. You know what? If Mike Zimmer became the coach, I wouldn't cry about it, per se. But I would also like for him to allow Al Harris to be the defense coordinator. And then again, they go out and get a Ben Johnson and let him be the offensive coordinator because they need an offensive guru to come in here with somebody like Zimmer. I know that people have been hating on Diggs a lot this year, but if Diggs does come back, it would be the first time our season. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see all 3 of them on the field because that's exactly what it's going to take to beat the Bengals, and it's going to take them playing good. Because I'm going to tell you straight up, Joe Shiesty is Shiesty. He's not going to mind going up against Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs. See, if we were playing like a Drew Lock, it wouldn't be no big deal. But see, Joe is Shiesty, man. Joe Burrow got a chip on his shoulder. He ain't going to mind. He ain't going to lie. Dak may lose mobility. Calvin, what's going on? I'm hoping, I've been saying this all along, I hope Dak goes and get him a track coach. Dak is going to have to get his agility back because if not, he going to be a sitting duck back there like Cooper Rush, and he cannot let that happen. He cannot let that happen. Favorite all-time Thanksgiving food? Boy, dressing. Man, cranberry, dress the cranberry sauce. Man, I don't need nothing else. And then throw some yams and peas in there. I don't even need no meat. More like Levante Adams to the Cowboys and Steelers next year. Probably the Pittsburgh Steelers. I want to know who's going to be the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers next season. That's what I'm interested in. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not bringing back Russell Wilson. I mean, he's been playing good enough. But the Steelers' defense is too good for a good enough quarterback. They need to go out and get them a quarterback. T. Higgins could also be with one of those teams like the Steelers. I wish the Cowboys would get him. But we know that ain't going to happen because of the money, because T. Higgins is about to get the bag. So, who knows? I mean, it's going to be a huge market for T. Higgins next year. To this day, Starbucks still believes if the boys of 79 could line up one more time versus 79 Steelers, that he and the boys would take them. Is that the one 79? Was that the 35-31 game? Because they should, if it's a 35-31 game, they actually should have won that game. If it wouldn't have been for that drop pass in the end zone, they win that thing. Guess who was 1-0 against the Bengals, G? Cooper Rush. Oh, yeah. Babe, you know what? I bet you Joe Burrow hadn't forgot that. I bet you Joe Burrow hadn't forgot 2022. I bet you he hadn't forgot 2022. He probably does believe it, Freddie. I'm betting on Terry Bradshaw. Hey, man, Terry Bradshaw is wicked. So, let's go through the box score before we get out of here. And I got some stuff. I had a pregame show prepared, and I'm going to show you something about what I predicted. What I predicted for this game. I didn't change nothing up after the game. I'm going to show you my pregame setup I had before the show, and you're going to be astounded at what I said about this game in order for them to beat the Giants. So let's look at the box score. So the score was 27-20. And when you look at the New York Giants total yards, this is literally insane when you think about it. The Dallas Cowboys held a team to 247 yards of offense, even though it was the New York Giants. And one of the main reasons is they held Drew Lock to 131 yards. And you know what? I'm not going to hate on Drew Lock too bad. It was his first game. No one was talking about him like Cooper Rush, like he was a mythical unicorn. It was his first game. It was 131 yards passing. And to be honest with you, the Cowboys got after Drew Lock, y'all. I'm sorry. The Cowboys got after Drew Lock. They did. They got after Drew Lock, man. They got after him. They had 116 yards rushing. They had 4.2 yards per play. 17 first downs. Cowboys had 21. And I'm going to show you where the Cowboys really won this game. And this is why this stuff with Cooper Rush is fool's gold. This right here. These are the numbers you need to look at. Look at how many sacks they allowed. 6. What do you think the chances are you beating the team if you get 6 sacks? What do you think the chances are? And the other team got 0 sacks. The offensive line play, y'all don't let this fool y'all. It has been better. Competition lesser. They were missing their 2 interior linemen. This game might have looked different if they'd had those 2 interior linemen. So, 6 sacks allowed by the Giants. What do you think is going to happen if you have 13 penalties for 98 yards? What do you think is going to happen? 13 penalties? Do we not realize what penalties do? We should, because the Dallas Cowboys is our team. Penalties are drive killers. Penalties are drive killers. The Giants were not only getting beat by the Cowboys, they were beating themselves with penalties. Beating themselves with penalties, unnecessary penalties. Guess what? Anytime you lose the turnover battle, they had 0 sacks, less penalties, no turnovers. The Giants had 1 fumble loss, 1 interception thrown. And the bad thing about this particular interception, it was a touchdown. And to me, it turned the whole game. The Giants could not afford to play from behind. They couldn't. They couldn't afford to play from behind. So the moment they got behind, the game was pretty much over. The game was pretty much over. Simply because, watch this one. Y'all remember that song by Michael Jackson called PYT, Pretty Young Thing? Well, we can take out PYT, and what you want to win as the other team, or you want to win the game, is you want to win what's called TOP, time of possession. Time of possession. You can win time of possession. You can win games. And the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken, for the last 2 weeks, they have won the time of possession game. Now, these player stats is where it gets really crazy to me. I want you to look at this. Here it is. So Drew Lock, big problem with Drew Lock. Drew Lock was 21 of 32, 178 yards. You know what killed Drew Lock's day? Pick 6. Killed him. Killed him. Not only that, we already know he was sacked 6 times. He was on the run all day. He got some wheels on him. I told my uncle today, I said, he got some wheels on him. You got to watch him. But the problem is, every time it broke down, I think there were times where he broke out too fast running, and he's not a very good first game, but he didn't throw very good on the run today. But he was 4 for 57, 4.2 yards, 1 touchdown. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. And so they held Malik Neighbors in check today. Now, you got to realize something. This Cincinnati Bengal team, they different, y'all. Jamar Chase is not Malik. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they better than Malik Neighbors and Theo Johnson. Malik Neighbors is going to be a beast in this league. But they're better. They're better. Now, I got to do the research on the defense this week. We'll do a pregame show on them on probably on Monday at noon, or either around probably noon, either 5 o'clock. We'll do something on them. But what I want to look at is the Cowboys. Now, see this number right here. Cooper Rush was 21 of 36. I still think that's too much. This right here is too much. He was 21 of 36, 195 for 1 touchdown. But here is what I want to show you. Look at Rico Dowdle. 22 for 112, 1 touchdown. How insane is it that this game was not only the first 100-yard rushing game by Rico Dowdle for the season, it's for any running back for the Cowboys this season, it was also, if I'm not mistaken, his first rushing TD of the season? I'll be honest with y'all. One, they're using Hunter Lipke wrong. This is a travesty right here. Hunter Lipke is too talented to be running him into the teeth of the offense. The defense. They have got to figure out a better way to run Hunter Lipke. This right here is garbage. Stop running Ezekiel Elliott one time. It's stupid. Kevontae Turpin, please. Stop the simplistic jet sweeps. Can we get a little bit more creative? Cooper Rush, some kind of way, had 5 carries for 0 yards. So when you look at the running backs, they ran 27, 32 with Cooper Rush. I still think they need to run more. But because Rico Dowdle was actually rattling off some longer runs and he was able to beat his season average, it was able to keep the clock running, run more time off the clock. They were able to wear down the Giants' defense that was already depleted. And this is why people don't understand when I say you don't run the ball to have a dominant run game. That's a plus. You run the ball to dominate the game. You run it to dominate the game. You batter a defensive line. You batter a defense. You crack them in every place you can. You crack them like you do a boiled egg. You crack them, you crack them, you crack them, and crack them until finally you can peel them back. You can peel them back. If you wear them down to the fourth quarter, then finally you just peel that whole thing off. The whole shell just breaks. And so the Cowboys pretty much got them to the point to where it was almost a point of no return, but the New York Giants had a good throw, I say, from Cooper Rush, because he threw it to where only Brandon Cooks could get it, but a great catch by Brandon Cooks. And that sealed the game. And it's crazy to think about, even though it's a divisional game, we'll give it that. It's crazy that the New York Giants, with Drew Lock, took the Cowboys down to the last minute of that football game. Crazy. And when you look at the receiving, look at these numbers. Very pedestrian. Now, for me, I don't mind the spreading around of the ball, but I'm worried, and I'm telling y'all, I hope CeeDee Lamb does not show up on the injury report this week, because I'm telling you, if CeeDee Lamb doesn't play, there's no way. You might as well write it off. And if I'm a team, I told y'all this, I've been telling you this for the last few weeks. If I'm a team playing the Dallas Cowboys, I'm literally going to beat CeeDee Lamb up. I know what he is. I know he's out there playing hurt. I'm going to pull him to the ground every opportunity I get. I'm going to jam him at the line of scrimmage. I'm going to try to get him off routes. I'm going to try to chip him on that shoulder. I mean, this is football, y'all. I'm sorry. It's football. I am going to literally beat CeeDee Lamb up. And I'm going to dare all these other receivers to beat me. Because as good as we said Brandon Cooks played, he was only 3 for 16. The Cowboys have got to get better production out of these guys. And Kevontae Turpin, he's doing his thing. He's the gadget guy, though. They need one of these other wide receivers to step up, and they just can't do it. And Brandon Cooks, while he's the ultimate professional, he's a very good wide receiver. He's just not big enough. That I don't care who you are. I think bigger bodied receivers are better. And so guys like Brandon Cooks, they don't really give you enough to where you can really be prolific in that pass game. So, and not to mention, Cooper Rush already doesn't have the arm to do it. Man, let me tell you something. If the Cowboys keep Mike Zimmer, I also want the Cowboys to keep Eric Kendricks. That defense looks a lot better when Eric Kendricks is out there. Eric Kendricks, 7 tackles, 3 assists. Deron Bland, it's amazing. I'm sorry, but Deron Bland to me is better than Trayvon Diggs. Deron Bland, 6 tackles. That means he got 3 solos. He was 6 tackles, 3 assists. Deron Bland, and not only that, had a nice pass breakup. Look at Overshown. Man, 5 tackles, 4 assists, 1 interception. This dude is amazing. I'm noticing, have y'all not noticed, now that we got better corner play, it seems like our safety play is better? It's kind of strange, isn't it? Better corner play seems to be equating and translating into better safety play. Safety's been looking pretty good. Odigizua looked good. I don't know who this 24 Israel guy is, but he was 2 for 2 on tackles. Man, I hope Josh Butler's not going for the season. I do. Let me look at something real quick. Maybe they've said something about it on the Athletic. On the Athlon Sports. I hope he's not going for the season. This guy is he is such a great story for the Cowboys. This dude has fought his way up from the depths to get the opportunity that he has. And so I'm hoping, I hadn't seen anything yet about him. Just looking here, they hadn't seen anything about him. Yeah, I hadn't seen anything about him. I'm hoping that he didn't tear his knee, because it looked like when those guys typically pull up like that, it seems like that's a knee injury. Let me see if there's anything on the wire about it. But I am hoping, because Butler, man, he was having a good game. I'm hoping that he's not gone for the season. They haven't said anything about him other than it's a knee injury. Yep. And to me, this is when this to me is when you know it's bad. When they have to cart you off, I think that's when you know it's bad. Yeah, I think that's when you know it's bad. So, I sure hate that. Wow, Wanye Thomas and Josh Butler, both knee injuries. So, that right there does not bode too well for the next game. Yep, showed Butler's knee buckle. Yeah, that's terrible, man. Y'all see that right there? It says, ascending cornerback Josh Butler to suffer a non-contact knee injury while defending a deep ball. Butler couldn't even make a play on the ball because his knee gave out after he planned to change direction. The replay on Fox showed Butler's knee buckle. Yeah, I think that Butler may be gone for the season. I really do. Sad, too, because I'm telling you, man, he was having a He was having an outstanding game. But when you continue to look at the box score here, it's and for me, this is the stuff right here that bothers me. When you look at these next gen statistics on Micah Parsons, I guess you can kind of say that when you look at this part of the box score, it's not telling you the whole story. He was 1 tackle, 2 assists. 1 tackle, 2 assists. He got 1.5 sacks. I don't think he should have got the half sack on the other one. I think that was the one that Kendricks maybe got, or maybe the safety had got. Which guy was that? It was one of the guys. He was already going down, and then he was already going down. I think it was maybe the Donovan Wilson sack. He was already going down, and then Micah Parsons kind of jumped on him as he was going down. But he got 1.5 sacks. But I just can't get with this number right here. It just seems to me that Micah Parsons, he just should have more production than. I don't want him just to be the pass rusher guy. And I think that's the part where they're misusing him. He's got to be more involved in the run-stopping game. And he can't be involved in the run-stopping game if the only thing you're doing is playing a guy like him on the edge, because when they do run to his side, he's so undersized, he gets so mixed up in the scrum, gets so mixed up in the scrum that he can't do a lot. So I'm just kind of, I just think there needs to be a little bit more. There needs to be a little bit more about Micah Parsons. I just don't like the stat. It's just too small. I mean, it's just like he's not getting enough productivity. Yeah, that was terrible, Wicked. CeeDee Lamb dropped 3 passes tonight. Dropped 3 passes, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, Daniel. I bet you Burrow hadn't forgot about this. He said he hadn't forgot about the time that Micah got him several times at AT&T Stadium. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. These quarterbacks got huge egos. And even though they're not playing against each other, they like going up against the team with the best quarterbacks so they can outduel them. And you don't think it sets in Joe Burrow's mind that he got outdueled by Cooper Rush? Do y'all know how Tom Brady was so offended that Nick Foles beat him in the Super Bowl? It wasn't Nick Foles that beat him. It was the Philadelphia defense. And it was the fact that we finally got a Super Bowl to where Bill Belichick got outdueled. I mean, Bill Belichick gave up a ton of points in that game. But Tom Brady was offended. Nick Foles beat me in the Super Bowl. Man, that right there, that really made Tom Brady mad. I don't care what anyone says. That made Tom Brady mad. And so, don't think for a second that Joe Burrow is also thinking, no, not Cooper Rush. Not Cooper Rush. So, we'll see what happens. Gabe said, I noticed after the Giants scored, making the 27-20, and the Cowboys got the ball back, they jump off sides one play and then have 12 men on the defense the next. They made sure they lost. Kind of strange, isn't it, Gabe? The Giants wanted to make – I think they wanted to be competitive, but I don't think they wanted to win. The Cowboys have won 8 straight games against the Giants, and their last loss was in 2020 when Andy Dalton started for us. We owned them so bad that we're almost like their daddy to dip and beat them. Yeah. They said Rico Dowdle's 100 yards rushing was the first by a Cowboys running back in some time. Yep, definitely the first one of the season. I forgot when the last time that was. Crazy talk. Crazy for sure. Fields should be the starter going forward. I would too. I'd let Justin Fields be the starter. The Steeler locker room loves Fields. Fields reminds them of a young Terry Bradshaw. TB first years were very shaky. He got benched multiple times. Yeah, I would let. I'm sorry. Justin Fields is going to be my quarterback going forward, because I actually would let Justin Fields be my quarterback going into next season. But I would also draft, if I got an opportunity to draft a good quarterback, I'm going to put him behind Fields. And I'm going to get somebody that'll keep pushing Fields to be the best he can be. Back in those days, said quarterbacks needed 5 years to know if he was going to be quality or not. Now they throw people away for 1 or 2 years. They throw him right into the fire. They just throw him right into the fire. Or the Cowboys tanking or not. We about to see against the Cincinnati Bengals. That's all I can tell you. You can tell the players to you can't tell the players just to lose games on purpose. And see, that's why I was telling my son today. When teams want to tank, it has to be coaching issues. They have to do what the Bears did today. Oh, you just happened to mismanage the clock. You just happened to mismanage the clock. You got 2 turnovers, and you just happened to mismanage those. Not believing it, but I guess it could happen. And, even with the Cowboys, it seems like they keep collapsing down the end of these games. I don't know what's going on with that, but we're going to see. Yeah, it's hard to get players to be in on tanking, but you can get coaches to make certain moves that'll do certain things. Wicked says, I've been watching Staubach versus Bradshaw all day. Pitt leads 28-13 right now. Man, the 70s were a great time to be alive. Much more fun. Great music, cars made not of plastic. And too, Wicked, the money. The money kind of changed the NFL. Guys were playing for, they were not playing for money because the money, even when you translate it in the times they were in versus now, it still was the kind of money these dudes are making now. These dudes making crazy money now. Crazy money. Yeah, Wicked, they ain't smart enough. It seems like they can't do it the right way. Jerry looked very happy about winning the day he did. You know why I think he looked happy? It was a home game. It was a home win. I mean, they hadn't won at home the whole season. And the one thing that was really getting the fans antsy was the fact that the Cowboys kept losing I think the thing that the fans were getting antsy about was no home game wins. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Wicked. Yeah, make sure y'all hit that like button. It's Thanksgiving, y'all. Give G thanks to our host by hitting that like button. Yep, the bell smash and subscribe. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. McCarthy's trying to lose his job is not. I think what McCarthy is doing, I think McCarthy now has gotten to the point that McCarthy is saying that he wants another job. Daniel, they did in Miami, and the coach got fired. Ryan Flores, yeah. Brian was a terrible guy, though. The run game with Dowdle was key today. Yeah, for sure. I've been saying it the whole season, Ron. They need to run the ball 25 times. And I think they need to run Rico Dowdle 25 times. Did y'all notice when they got him on the left side and they gave him that pitch? Man, Rico Dowdle went to the crib on that thing. I think they need to do more of those pitches and sweeps. Wicked said the Cowboys are garbage this season. Yeah, they looking pretty bad, but boy, these last two games, got people talking about playoffs up in this thing, man. Got people talking about playoffs. Roberta, you said you love Nick Foles. Well, I didn't. Boy, I was mad when Nick Foles won that Super Bowl. Man, I'm like, Nick Foles can't be big. See, I'm a big Tom Brady fan. And I'm like, boy, I just can't. I can't handle it, man. I can't handle Nick Foles beating. Whew, man, I was upset. I just couldn't handle it, man. But, at the same time, I mean, it just is what it is. They had a better game plan. So I want y'all to look at kind of what I had here. This was supposed to be my pregame show, but I'm turning it to the postgame show because I didn't get a chance to air it. But I want to show y'all some things that I had about this game, and you're going to be shocked at what I predicted about this game, because I was actually shocked, because I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but I was saying these are the things that need to happen in order for the Cowboys to win. I'm going to show you. They said if they can run the ball and let Cooper Rush only 20-25 times, they can win most of their game. That's it. You got to find a way to lessen him throwing the ball. I wish they had another running back that could be a change of pace to Rico Dowdle. And the problem is, I think they should be playing Deuce Vaughn, but the problem is they don't know how to use him. Daniel says, does Jake Ferguson come back against the Bengals? G, he better. Because if he don't, the way Schoonmaker been looking, I'm going to think about trading Ferguson because he ain't been playing the way I've been thinking he should be playing anyway. And so Schoonmaker was a second-round draft pick. I'll go in the draft and get me another tight end that's better than Ferguson. Not to mention the two guys they got that's been playing behind him. They've been looking pretty good too. The Bears loss was strange to say the very least. Yes, it was crazy, wasn't it? The coach should have called timeout to bail out Caleb Williams. I mean, I'm sure he was standing next to the ref with timeouts in his pocket. And that's what I was telling my son. That's why they changed that rule. So the coaches could control the timeouts. I'm not buying it. Roberto, stop it. You don't care for Tom Brady. I got some people in my family that don't care for Tom Brady either. I'm a big Tom Brady fan. Huge Tom Brady fan. So I want y'all to look at what I had. I want y'all to look at what I had here. It's crazy. So I put the Giants in full tank mode. Cowboys supposedly not in tank mode. Cowboys on a playoff run? Question mark. I said first home game win. I kind of figured that. And is Mike McCarthy coaching for an extension? Now, I also put Drew Lock may come in trying to win. And I think he was. Malik Neighbors has been begging for the ball. And I knew they were going to try to get the ball to Malik Neighbors. They tried to do both of those things. And so when I talked about the offensive keys, run Rico 25 times, 30-plus rushing plays. They pulled that off, even though I don't know if it was playing with Cooper Rush. Keep it simple for Rush again. They did that. The other thing that they should have did, I still think in this, what they're going to have off, 8 days or whatever, they come back on Monday night, I think they need to fix or have a Trey Lance red zone package. Not just Trey Lance coming in with sweeps. They need to literally put together a red zone package. And I said they need to stop the penalties again. And I think they still need to get better at that. They still had a little too many for me. And I said no turnovers. They pretty much achieved all of this. Rico was 22. They were 27, I think, not counting Cooper Rush. They kept the game, if you notice. They kept it very simple for Cooper Rush. They scored in the red zone. So the Brandon Cooks play was an awesome play on that crossing play. It almost looked like the same play that Dak hit Tolbert on against Pittsburgh. They hadn't done the Lance red zone package yet, but the penalties, not too bad, but they had no turnovers. That was key. So I also said, watch this, defense, stop the run. Now, they did stop the run, but notice what I put, number 2. Drew Lock, better runner. Not saying he's necessarily a better runner than Jaden Daniels, but he's a better runner than Tommy DeVito, at least as far as I know. And I said Michael Parsons needed to have a big game. I would guess some people say he had a big game because he had some pressures. But it was good enough. Demarion Overshown is the man, though, to me. I put pressure on Tommy DeVito. He didn't play, though, of course. Notice what I said. Because I didn't know if Tommy DeVito was going to totally be out. But I also said, get turnovers again. What did they do? They got 2 turnovers. Now, this is the part I'm going to trip you out on. This was the score I predicted. Wait, hold on a second. Week 13, Giants are not going to kick the Turpin. The Giants are not going to kick the Turpin. And what I really mean is no one's going to kick Kevontae Turpin the whole season. And the Giants made sure they pretty much kept him ineffective on there. Kevontae Turpin on offense, they did that. Brandon Aubrey missed 3 of the last 6 field goals, needed redemption. Turpin must run the ball out of the end zone. So people are getting smart. They know what Turpin is for sure now. They're not going to take chances on kicking him the ball. So this was what I said. I said Zimmer's defense is going to dominate the Giants. It happened. Rush will be efficient again if they limit his passes. It happened. Mike will run the ball. It happened. We will see more Trey Lance. Didn't happen. So still waiting on the Trey Lance package, and I think they're actually going to need it against the Cincinnati Bengals if they're truly trying to win. And then I put if Mike goes pass happy. It didn't happen. Did y'all notice the Giants were able to still get pressure on him whenever they passed the ball? Cooper Rush will be pressured and sacked. Didn't have to worry about it. Cooper Rush will commit turnovers. Y'all saw when he ran the ball. Luckily, that knee went down. He would commit turnovers. Game would be close or an upset. That did kind of happen. It was kind of close. But Mike didn't go pass happy. I said the score would be 27-17 if the Cowboys didn't run the ball. I still thought they would beat the Giants even if they didn't run the ball, right? You ready for what I said if the Cowboys did run the ball, what the score was going to be? Cowboys run the ball, 27-10. They scored 27 points, hook or crook. I kind of figured that's what they were going to do. And the Giants, I said they were going to score 10. So the Giants scored 10 more than what I thought, but I pretty much knew the Cowboys were going to win the game because I'm sorry, the New York Giants, it's actually a travesty, even though it was a division game, so I'm not going to hate too bad. Even though it was a division game, I just don't think the game should have been that close. It just should not have been that close. They are making SAS laughing every time Cowboys mention the playoffs. Man, boy, Stephen A. Smith go have a field day on this. The Bears, yeah, they gonna have a field day on that. Uncle Charles said, "What about the running back we got from Minnesota?" I guess they done with Dalvin Cook. I don't even understand the Dalvin Cook move. What will having Tank and Nealon back for the Cowboys defense do against the Bengals? Will they contain Burrow and keep him in the pocket? Tank will definitely help with the run stopping. Tank these days is better at stopping the run. He's better at stopping the run than doing pretty much anything. He benefits from other pass rushers. So, but Tank has already said, I mean, I won't be surprised if Tank don't be back because, I mean, Tank has pretty much said, man, he ain't coming back. Unless he is healthy. He has made that blatantly clear. Blatantly clear he's not coming back because he's already made it clear that he's going to play next year. He's already said he's going to play somewhere else. So he's not going to go out and hurt himself for the Cowboys under any circumstance. He's not going to go out there half ready either for the Cowboys. So we definitely going to see what happens. We'll definitely see what happens with Tank Lawrence. But, you know, any players they can get back, it's definitely going to help them. It is definitely going to help them. We're getting ready to get off. I want to see if there's anything coming down the wire that's significant here. We'll have a lot more to talk about tomorrow because there'll be a lot of things that is going to come out of this. Man, I am telling you, Micah Parsons, if he truly want to be a leader on this team, I think Micah Parsons just needs to just stick to telling his team one game at a time. Look at this right here. Look at, man, I cannot wait to make a video about this week. Look at this mess right here, y'all. Micah Parsons. Stop it, bro. Stop it. What does this mean? What does this mean, y'all? We coming? What do you mean? All I can do is shake my head. That's all I can do to that is shake my head, man. Micah Parsons, man. Come on, bro. How about just one game at a time? That's all you have to do, man. Put your head to the grind. Put your nose to the grind, one game at a time. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. It sucks. Brady lost his wife over staying for the Bucs another year, and they had little success. Retrospect, he likely retires after. Nah. I'm gonna tell you something. Have you seen what's going on with Giselle? Nah, man. You know what? It's obvious she was cheating with the guy who she's with because what was he, the trainer or the martial arts guy, and now she's pregnant by him? Nah, he dodged the bullet on her. I wouldn't. Nah, he dodged the bullet on her. What up, Danny? What's going on? You enjoy the game today? I didn't see Niecy in here. Just seemed so above average. He may have been. Didn't have to act above it all. Giselle may have been creeping. Yes, I think she was. And there's no way that the guy who she was training wound up being. Nah, it's crazy. I like Brian Spanford. Yep, he's been looking pretty good. Undrafted rookie from Minnesota. He looks like a good tight end as a third string. Hopefully he will continue his development. Yep. Man, Danny, we're going to see how hungry Micah Parsons is. Because like I said, a lot of people be talking about Mike. I'm just not impressed. When you look at his box scores, they're not right. I mean, they're just not right. I'm still waiting. I got to see more from Micah Parsons. And I got to see, for me, I got to see Micah Parsons when it counts. I was showing the guy on X again. I was talking about it, and he didn't like it. But if you look at Micah Parsons down the stretch of seasons, and even if you look at the Green Bay game, a lot of people be talking about Dak Prescott. Did they look at Micah Parsons? Stephen A. Smith talked about it. Micah Parsons disappears in the playoffs. He disappears in playoffs. I gotta see something else because right now I'm just not seeing it. I see him when they're like I say, he plays well when they're ahead. He plays well against weaker teams, but when you get teams with true tackles, you get against elite teams, he has problems. He disappears. And so I got to see more. But I wish what he would do is be quiet. Just be quiet. Because you writing checks. He's doing it to himself. See, now you writing checks. You saying we coming. And then if you go out and you lose the next 5 games, then what? Then what? See, he keeps putting people on the hook for his words. Stop saying we coming. Be quiet. Just say I'm grinding. I'm playing. You talk about yourself. Leave the team out of it. If you want to be a true leader, one game at a time. That's what leaders do. They don't do this. We do all this the next 6 games. That's not what leaders do. The leaders say, Cincinnati, enjoy the win. It's on to Cincinnati. We're not looking at the Panthers. We're not looking at the Bucks. We're not looking at the Commanders. We're not looking at the Eagles. We're looking at the Cincinnati Bengals. That's all we're doing. One game at a time. That's what you have to keep your team on. Exactly. That's the problem I have, Wicked. That's why you got to be quiet. Stop writing checks. Get some money in the bank before you write the checks. You get the win. What about the Bengals? They're the next team on the schedule. We're going to see the game plan the coaches put together. We're going to practice, and our plan is to execute. You got to keep your he likes a lot of He likes a lot of the rah-rah stuff, and that's cool, but you got to keep that stuff in the locker room. But Gabe said, I guess Michael's Jerry Jones' new hype man. For sure. The truth is the Cowboys have owned both Commanders and the Giants in the Dak Prescott era. That's not breaking news. And Dak did way worse to him. Dak most of the time on the Giants and the Commanders would be on the sideline in a baseball cap in the fourth quarter. And Cooper Rush would be in for garbage time. Michael Parsons right now is on pace to get at least 8 to 10 sacks this year. I know that he was hurt, but this is unacceptable, G. You know, I'm telling you, man, I just got to see more from Michael Parsons. He's just too talented. And I still say one of the problems is he's just out of place. I will sing you after this game with the victory with Mike McCarthy what he said, because yeah, I'll make sure too, because I'm going to go look at some of it. And that's the stuff we're going to be talking about tomorrow when we come on. We're going to be talking about all the interviews, because, boy, the more they win, the more comical these interviews get. Roberta says, I want to know, I want you to know I enjoy listening to your podcast. I've learned so much from your show. Thank you, Angry Cowboys fan. Okay, appreciate you. Gabe said, you're right, G. Giselle was already creeping with dude before they got the divorce, for sure. She was just looking for an excuse. Tom Brady dodged that bullet for sure. Man, yeah. And then you know what's even crazy? I'm not for sure if it's true, but they said when she tried to come for all this stuff, Tom Brady had put everything in his mama's name. Tom Brady's, man, I'm telling you. Yeah, Michael needs to chill a bit, work hard and play hard. See, that's the thing. When you are a winner, you don't say stuff like that. You know, you don't say stuff like that. You just get up. I mean, you be like, man, you know what? There's certain talk to me I think you keep in your locker room. You hype the guys up in the locker room and you get them pumped up. But when you talk to the media, you stay buttoned up, because you mess around and say stuff, they will destroy you the next week. So you put yourself on the hook that if you say we coming, then next week, I better see you on Monday night. I better see you at least get 2 sacks on Joe Burrow. I better see you get 2 sacks. I better see you chasing Joe Burrow all over the place. And I need to see you do some of this stuff I'm watching Demarion Overshown doing. Because I'm telling y'all, we can talk about Michael Parsons all we want to. Nah. Demarion Overshown is overshadowing him. Demarion Overshown is overshadowing him. And I mean by leaps and bounds. Daniel said if we beat the Bengals, I'm sending everyone 7 sweet teas. And then I'll believe again. Man, let me tell you something. You know, Shady McCoy said something that is absolutely crazy to me. And I said this early in the season. I don't know. Wait a minute. Roberta said Michael's mouth needs to be tackled sometimes. For sure. For absolute sure. Gabe said, I know Michael likes feasting on those empty calories. Yep, the Giants and the Browns had backup tackles in those games. Yep. For sure. That's why I say he front runs. He eats on them weak teams. He eats when they get ahead. He front runs. But that's why I pointed out last year, when you look at down the stretch, Michael Parsons disappears. He disappears. Demarion Overshown is the true star on this defense. Period. End of story. I know people like talking about Michael Parsons. Nah, Demarion Overshown is it, man. Red Man, for sure. They needed that home win. And that's one of the reasons why Jerry Jones was happy. Jerry was happy because they got a win at home. He was happy. And so the Cowboys winning the home today as a birthday present for Texas-born wrestler John Bradshaw Layfield on this Black Friday. Okay. And so I'm telling you, man, Jerry was happy that the fans finally got that win. Daniel said, G, I wanted to say also that I predicted the Cowboys would get overshown in the draft last year, and I was right. My pet cat is really showing up, and also hook 'em horns. Yeah. Yeah, overshown, man. Woo, man. I'm telling you. Let me see here. I'm telling y'all, man, the Cowboys, a lot of people do not understand. This team is literally about 4 players away from being back ultra competitive and being number 1 in this division again. If they would just do for Dak Prescott what the Detroit Lions did for Jared Goff, what the Minnesota Vikings did for forget the kid now that they've let take his place. If they will just do what these teams who have signed their quarterbacks are doing by putting a running back, 2 wide receivers, getting the defense better. I mean, if they will do this for Dak Prescott, I'm telling y'all, this team is not far from being back competitive. Because I'm telling you, if there is somebody the Cowboys need to have on their list, if I'm not mistaken, the Cowboys need to have this dude right here on their list. Abdul Carter. Is that who we talking about, y'all, from Penn State? They need to have this kid right here, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is the one everybody's talking about, the Penn State superstar defensive player. They mess around and get another guy like this, I'm telling you, man, Cowboys are going to be back in business. They are going to be back in business. So, we said Cowboys 4 players: Wade Lawrence, Taylor, Ray Lewis, Randy Moss, and T.O. Yeah. I tell you this, they need them kind of players. They definitely need them kind of players, though, boy. Okay, I appreciate you, Danny. We're going to make sure tomorrow we'll talk about tomorrow. That'll be our topic. We're going to definitely look at that Mike McCarthy. I'm going to go look at it tonight and make some notes on it. And so that'll definitely be a big topic for us tomorrow, are the interviews. I love to talk about the interviews because it's so crazy to me, man. The more games these people, the more games they win, it's like, man, they're like losing their mind. They're like losing their mind. And so I'm telling you, though, the one thing the Cowboys is doing, because I was mentioning this before, Shady McCoy said something that I said earlier in the season. Y'all might not realize it, but the NFL ratings are way down. The NFL ratings are down. You know what I don't find to be coincidental? What do you think the one thing that's happening why the ratings are down around the NFL? Because I can tell you what it is. The Dallas Cowboys are no longer winning. Not only are the Cowboys not winning, the Cowboys don't have Dak Prescott. Do y'all know the media eats every single week off of Dak Prescott? The Dallas Cowboys are not as popular. I'm not saying it's because of Dak Prescott, but I am saying Dak Prescott has been one of the reasons why this team's popularity, whether good or bad, has increased. Because all the media does is talk about Dak Prescott. Cooper Rush is boring. And everyone knows what Cooper Rush is. Dak Prescott can literally have games to where you say, he's the best quarterback in the league. And then sometimes he'll have a game and you'll be like, he might be the worst quarterback, or is he the worst quarterback in the league because of something that may have transpired, whatever the case may be. But Dak Prescott, people don't realize it. People can say what they want to say about Dak Prescott. He's box office. He's box office. He's a great guy. He's always saying the right things. He's easy to pick on because he's so thick-skinned. And so on top of all that, when he's not injured, guess what happens? They win. And I think had Dak not gotten hurt, the Cowboys would have at least 2 more wins. I think the Cowboys right now would have 2 more wins with Dak Prescott. I think they win the Falcons game. I think they win the Eagles game at home. The Cowboys would probably have 2 more wins. And the Cowboys would actually be at that wild card point. They would be at that wild card point and in position to be in the race for the top in the division. Probably would have finished 11-6 with the way this schedule is going down, because this is what they were trying to get to. They got the hard part of their schedule in the beginning. And so the Cowboys with Dak Prescott were like, okay, but if we can get to Thanksgiving, if we can get to the Thanksgiving game, and if we can have something like maybe 4 or 5 losses, we get to this Thanksgiving game, everything after that would be ultra winnable. It would be winnable. It would be ultra winnable. And with Dak Prescott right now, looking at what they have coming up, I would be thinking right now with Dak Prescott, okay, so we got 6 games, 4 of the 6 at home. They're probably going to win those with Dak Prescott down the stretch. That's what I would be thinking right now. And so it's not, who wants to watch the league when the Cowboys are not competitive? The NFL needs the Dallas Cowboys, y'all. They need the Dallas Cowboys to be winning and competitive. They do. The league is not the same without the Cowboys not being competitive and winning. And that's why, watch what I tell you, the more the Dallas Cowboys win, the better it's going to be for the NFL. If the Cowboys mess around and beat the Bengals, watch what I tell you. This game on Monday night, I can't wait to see what the viewership is. I can't wait to see what the viewership is. I will not be surprised if it's one of the highest or the most watched games of the 2024 season. Cowboys Monday night. And I'm going to tell you, if the Cowboys mess around and win out, it's going to be huge for the NFL. It brings Dak Prescott back into the conversation because the contract. It brings Dak Prescott back into the conversation because, okay, why did you pay him if you could do this with Cooper Rush? And we know it's more than likely not going to happen. But it also brings more excitement to the NFL because now you will be watching, or people will be watching other games to see how those games will play into the Dallas Cowboys getting into the playoffs. The NFL needs the Dallas Cowboys to win. They do. They do. The ratings are down. Everybody's been talking about how bad the ratings are right now. They need the Cowboys in it. They do. Daniel said, I felt bad for Josh Butler. I did too. There's something about undrafted players that's really interesting, especially his story. Especially his story, man. He has grinded to get to this point. And it looked like he was about to take it, man. He was about to take that next step. Streaming the games everywhere now. That part too. Difficult to find games to stream as well. That part too. College football 25. Abdul Carter is 94 overall with 89 speed, 94 acceleration, 87 strength, 89 awareness, and 89 jump. Woo! Boy, sound like a John Madden football player. I mean, it sound like a video game player. Man, I would definitely, if I was the Cowboys, I would definitely be looking at this guy. I would like to have a skill position in the first round. But if he's there in the second, man, but he's probably, the way everybody talking about him, he going to be a first-round draft pick. Yeah, he probably going to be a first-round draft pick. Let's see here. Wicked says, Jaden Daniels balling without experience. Daniel is already better than Cooper Rush. No doubt. No doubt. Daniels and Rush were not on the field at the same time. Yeah, Jaden Daniels, well, I'm going to tell you something, man. People better understand something about Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer is an old dog. And the one thing that Mike Zimmer knows is defense. He knows how to study players. And if you'll notice something about Mike Zimmer, he's been doing this consistently now for the last few weeks. When Mike Zimmer puts his mind to what he's going to stop, who he's going to stop, he pretty much does it. He pretty much does it. And I think what this defense needs is, or what this offense needs from the defense, and the defense needs from the offense is, okay, when we get you a lead, when we hold the defense and then you get a lead, we need you to score points and keep scoring points. So we don't have to finish out games in the end and then we are tired, because I think the time of possession needs to be more for the Cowboys. It's still not enough to where their defense is resting up enough with all these young guys, especially. Because it seems like for whatever reason, maybe they're tiring out towards the end. And maybe that's why teams are able to come back on them and do some of the things they're doing. But like I said, at the end of the day, definitely need more time of possession. Yeah, I got it. I'm going to check it out after I get off the show. And it'll be a topic for tomorrow, Danny. So make sure you tune back in. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. Because like I said, but I'm just always laughing at these interviews. These interviews, man, that they're having after these games. It's about 12:34, so we're about to get off here. But Daniel said Zach Taylor's going to find ways to expose our defense, and Mike Zimmer, I believe, coach for the Bengals, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's going to be a great game, man. This is going to be a true test for the Cowboys. And I'm telling you, they mess around and beat the Bengals. They should be able to beat the Carolina Panthers. Even though the Panthers are kind of on the come up too, they should be able to beat the Panthers. So then the next thing will be the Eagles and the Commanders will both be in playoff mode or trying to make sure they keep their spots in the playoffs. So it's going to be very interesting down the stretch. I'm telling you. Oh, don't forget about the Bucks. Don't let me forget about the Bucks. The Bucks are going to also be in playoff contention mode, but the Bucks are missing some major weapons, and that may cause a problem for them. I don't know if they'll be enough, but we're going to see. We're going to see. Dak says that playing Rush because they don't have to change the offense. It can open up play. No, they're closing the play more with Cooper Rush. You're not. I don't know what you're watching. They're closing the playbook with Cooper Rush. They're keeping it very simple with Cooper Rush. Tom Brady said it tonight. And Tom Brady is actually indicting them at every turn if you pay attention. Because like Tom Brady said, keep it simple for your quarterback. That's all you need to do. Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. You don't open the book for Cooper Rush, you close it. And that's exactly what they've done. They've closed off a large section of the playbook from Cooper Rush. And what they have focused on is what I've been saying is the formula for Cooper Rush, and it was in 2022. You have to focus on running the ball. And the defense has to be spectacular. They've been spectacular the last 2 weeks because the one thing you don't want Cooper Rush in, you do not want Cooper Rush in any type of shootout. Because if he's in a shootout, it's over. He is going to get beat in a shootout. And that's why I say I'm ready for this Cincinnati Bengals game because I could see them. I can see them in a shootout with the Cincinnati Bengals, because the Bengals have basically put every team that has played them, even when they beat them, the Bengals, because they're so good with Chase and Higgins, the Bengals and their tight end. I mean, their tight end is good. The linebackers, the safeties, and the cornerbacks, they're going to have to be on point. Because the Bengals, their record is it's not the full story. You better be on your game, because every team that's beat the Bengals, you better believe they had to come to play. You're not getting no sloppy out from the Bengals. The Bengals going to play, and they're going to score points. They're going to score points. You nailed it on the ratings, G. That's Jerry Jones and the NFL's happy. Cowboys winning right now regardless. There aren't flexing no Cowboys games out. You notice that? You can take that to the bank. $1 Million Man Lab, for sure. For sure. And it helps them. The more the Cowboys win, the more it helps. And if the Cowboys mess around and beat the Bengals, every game after that becomes much-watched football. And it would be crazy if the Cowboys won out, because, boy, you know they'll have everything to talk about. They'll have everything to talk about. If Washington loses to Tennessee, which I don't think they will, Daniel, are they imploding? I don't think they're going to lose Tennessee. Even though some have been saying that Tennessee is playing better. Yeah, we saw Cooper Rush drop back 55 times. No bueno. Yep. Miss Matrix, what's going on? It's not the formula. That's not the Cooper Rush formula. The Cooper Rush formula, 25 to 30 times. You keep it real simple. They were talking about it, Tom Brady, talking about it. Short passes, that's what they're doing with Cooper Rush. And then you give him about maybe four opportunities to go downtown. And even Tom Brady, I don't know if y'all be listening to Tom Brady, man. But Tom Brady is giving everybody the skinny on Cooper Rush. He was talking about even the throw he threw to Tolbert. Tom Brady said it. It was a great catch and adjustment by Tolbert. He said that was not a back shoulder, which is what it was supposed to be. It wasn't a back shoulder. And he said it was underthrown. People do not understand. Cooper Rush has a very weak arm. And if he didn't, he wouldn't be with the Cowboys. Because if Cooper Rush had a better arm, I promise you he'd be with another team. He'd be with another team. He wouldn't be with the Cowboys. He'd be with another team. But I'm interested again, because he's going to be a free agent again. And we're going to see exactly what happens when he hits the open market. I bet you a Cooper Rush, Trey Lance hit the open market, they'll be after Trey Lance more than Cooper Rush. Do you think Russell Wilson will join Brady in the booth? Could be a great duo on TV. I don't know if they'll be in the same booth. I could see Russell Wilson being in the booth. I could see him being in the booth. I really could. Seemed like Rush had some bad throws against the Giants, but again, the playback hasn't been open for him, and he's been in the NFL for 9 years like Dak has. Yep. That's it. They don't open the playbook because they know his arm is weak. There are a lot of throws that he cannot throw. It's not me. The NFL knows it. Because you have to tell me why then. If he's better than Dak, how does Dak get a $231 million deal and Cooper Rush can't even get a $23 million deal? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. They were already talking that if Dak would have hit the open market, even Jimmy basically admitted there would have been a bidding war for Dak Prescott on the open market, because there are teams who know, just like people knew about Jared Goff. Put a team around Jared Goff, and you can win with Jared Goff. Same thing Jimmy said when Dak signed. Dak is good enough. Dak can take you to a Super Bowl. Put players around him. Now, all of a sudden, he getting paid by FS1 on a regular basis, and he on there talking like the rest of them cronies. One thing I've learned about these guys in the media, if you'll notice, it's like they're all on the same script. You'll rarely see a lot of the popular ones saying a lot of things different. It's like they all got the same script and they're saying the same thing. And I'm telling you, Cooper Rush, you don't want Cooper Rush in a shootout. You don't. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because also that shootout means I am going to have to expand the playbook. Now I got to start doing some stuff that we didn't even plan on doing this week because we've pretty much made the first 30 or 35 plays that we want to run. We've already figured out some situational stuff. This is what we want to do. You cannot change that with Cooper Rush. Even tonight, even today, he made some bad throws. Every quarterback's going to do it. But the more you allow him to go down the field, the more of a chance it's going to be a mistake. And that's why if you notice what Mike McCarthy has done, he's running more, and he's very selective. And he's doing some pretty good play designs that when he does go deep, he's isolating that one player because he got Tolbert. That play to Tolbert was it was like one-on-one. It was man-to-man coverage. And so when he got him, even if he threw it wrong, Tolbert made the adjustment. Well, that delusional now you're not getting what Jimmy did. No, Jimmy not only said that, Jimmy said, and I quote, Dak is the man. He said Dak is the man. But here's the part right here that like the statement you have here. This is the dumb part of the statement. Sometimes we have to really think about what we're saying because we're saying actually some dumb things. We're saying stuff like, because I've been saying this over the past couple of weeks, we'll say stuff like, well, Dak's a play action quarterback. You need a running back. What team does? What quarterback doesn't? The reality is, what quarterback doesn't play better with a running game? They actually talked about it on the broadcast tonight. The resurgence of what? The running game. A lot of teams are realizing we play better with a running game. Andy Reid even got Patrick Mahomes a running game. They all need a running game. The issue is some are, because they're better just flat out, they are better than others with a running game. So they all need a running game. And so when you think about it, see Dak Prescott, had they been doing with Dak Prescott what they're now doing with Cooper Rush, which is what I said they should have been doing all along, I don't believe Dak Prescott is hurt. They should have been running Rico in the Atlanta Falcon game like mad because he was having mad success then. And Dak would have probably still been upright. If Rush gets into a shootout with the Bengals, we're going to lose for sure because our defense can only do so much, and yet this mini win streak we are on might not last. It ain't going to last if you let Cooper Rush throw the ball. Rush doesn't throw the seam routes like Dak can. Yep, for sure. It's 5 yards and out for Cooper Rush, for sure. That's why they talk about how quick he gets the ball out. That's what they designed him to do because they know he can't do it. And I said the same thing tonight because that's what I've noticed in the last 2 games, lost in translation, because this is where Dak would have destroyed a lot of these last 2 teams in particular, was the seam routes. The seam routes. Dak is almost like deadly with those seam routes, and those routes have actually been there even in the Atlanta Falcon game because Brian Broaddus, when him and Vosh Lombardi went back and looked at the film, they said that what they didn't understand is why wasn't Mike McCarthy taking advantage of how the Falcons were playing. Roberta said they're all in the same egg carton. Cowboys need to crack them. Yeah, for sure. Jimmy Johnson, a fool for those Dak Prescott comments. Stupid. I'm with you. Even though Jerry finally inducted him in their Ring of Honor, guess Jimmy still has an axe to grind with Jerry and Cowboys like Troy Aikman seemingly do. Now, I'm going to show you something else about Jimmy that is absolutely dastardly. You remember when people were saying that Jimmy was on this advisory board with Jerry Jones? It leads me to believe that some of the things we're actually seeing this season may have had something to do with some of those conversations, because I don't find it to be strange that Jimmy was actually saying Dak is the man, put weapons around. But the dumb part of that statement is, name me the quarterback you don't put weapons around and he wins. Name him. Name that quarterback. Because Patrick Mahomes had weapons around him in those Super Bowls. And the one from last year, the weapon was the defense. The weapons was Pacheco. Name me the quarterback. Do y'all know the Super Bowl that Tom Brady won with the 49? I mean, with the Buccaneers? They were loaded with offensive talent. I mean, Antonio Brown wrecked the league that Super Bowl year with the Bucs. What quarterback? That's why I say sometimes we're talking just so crazy. What quarterback wins without talent? Who is it? Which one? They're either going to have defensive, offensive, or both. This is why I was saying today, we watching the game, it is an absolute travesty if the Detroit Lions don't go to the Super Bowl and win, because they have the most talented team in the league. They literally do. They have the most talented team in the league. And if they don't win the Super Bowl, it is going to be a travesty. There is no way you can give a quarterback that much talent and he don't win. Those boys are talented, man. Richards, what's going on? He says, without running the ball with Dak, but with Rush, don't think Dak was set up. Some people have already said he was set up to fail. A lot of people have said that Dak Prescott was literally set up to fail. Calvin, let's see. Daniel says, I might as well go 34-24 Cowboys over the Bengals because it'll be my mom's birthday on that day, and I just want to see how good the Cowboys team can be. I do like my Cowboys, but I got to see more G. Yeah, I think the Bengals, even though I don't think the Bengals are going to be the best talent that we're going to see in the remainder, because I think the best talent we're going to see, I know a lot of people continue to say they're not sold on them, but the Eagles is going to be it. The Eagles are talented. A lot of people don't understand. Jalen Hurts has a loaded team. Folk do not understand what I'm saying. The Philadelphia Eagles are absolutely loaded on offense. They are loaded, y'all, because I know we talk a lot about Saquon Barkley, and I do believe that Saquon Barkley should literally be in the MVP race. But I want to show you something when you look at their doggone depth chart, and it's absolutely insane. This Kenneth Gainwell kid, he ain't nothing to sneeze at. Kenneth Gainwell is nothing to sneeze at. Kenneth Gainwell has been opening up some games too. Kenneth Gainwell is great. You got, look at this. So Jalen Hurts, who's already a good runner himself. Jalen Hurts has Saquon Barkley, Kenneth Gainwell, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert at tight end. Imagine if Dak Prescott had that. Imagine if Dak Prescott had that right there. And the defense, and I'm still kind of questionable on the defense, so let me not go too far on the defense. Dak Prescott had this right here. Would he not be winning? Would he not be winning? Jalen Hurts has a loaded team. And a lot of people, they talk out of both sides of their mouth. They talk about Dak Prescott. I don't want to talk about Dak Prescott. I want to talk about what all of these teams who have paid these quarterbacks this big time money, when you go and look at what they have around these players. So look at this right here. I don't want to talk about Dak Prescott. I want to talk about this right here. Look at this. Look at what Jared Goff has. Jared Goff has David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams, who has been really good. Tim Patrick, Sam Laporta ain't nothing to sneeze at. What if Dak had these weapons? Not to mention how good the defense is. The defense, even without Aiden Hutchinson, do y'all know the defense is still good? What if Dak had this? No other team has the philosophy the Dallas Cowboys has. No other team. No other team says before they sign their quarterback, he's going to have to do more with less. No, all of those teams paid their quarterback $50+ million and then turned around and went and signed major players around him and did something that the Cowboys will not do. They actually put major money into the running back position. The Eagles did it. The Lions did it. The Chiefs did it. The Ravens did it. Do we not find it not to be coincidental? Those teams are in the top 3 in their conferences. You got to put players around the quarterback. I don't care who he is. I don't care what you pay him. You have got to put players around him. And if you look at most of the great teams and how good the quarterback was, the quarterback is not who he is unless they put players around him. And that's why I always use Troy Aikman. Even if you look at Roger Staubach, he had players around him. You look, Wicked was talking about Terry Bradshaw. Does anybody not understand Terry Bradshaw had players around him? He had players around him. You very rarely find teams who win Super Bowls that don't have players around the quarterback. The Los Angeles Rams, when Matthew Stafford won that Super Bowl, they put a super team around him. That Philadelphia Eagle team was built for Carson Wentz. Guess what? Had a super team around him. And you look, I don't care how you slice it. This is not even rocket science. That's why I say these arguments, they're not even really arguments. It's just people's biased opinions. When you look at what these teams have, I mean, even once, twice, 3 times a lady Sam Darnold. Look at what they put around Sam Darnold. They put Aaron Jones, Cam Akers, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I mean, come on. When you put all of this around even Sam Darnold, anybody look at what Sam Darnold is doing? I mean, he once, twice, 3 times a lady. What was it? Jets, 49ers, now the Vikings. And guess what? Y'all might not realize it. Sam Darnold is probably going to be out of Minnesota. You want to know why? Because a lot of people are saying the same thing about the quarterback the Giants let go of. What's his name? Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is now one of the quarterbacks on the Minnesota Vikings. You want to take a wild guess what the Minnesota Vikings are probably going to do? You know what they're saying about Daniel Jones? Daniel Jones never had a line. Daniel Jones never had a legitimate run game. Daniel Jones never had the wide receiver core that he needed. And you know why teams, watch this, you want to know why teams with winning records were after Daniel Jones? Because the conclusion they came to was they never put the players around him. They didn't put the players around him. So what did they go do? They got Daniel Jones, and I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if Sam Darnold is going to be out. Sam Darnold is going to be out with the Minnesota Vikings, and they're going to probably let Daniel Jones be a bridge quarterback. They'll probably let him be a bridge quarterback, and then they're going to let him start. I mean, we don't understand. You know, we try to make all these crazy excuses. This isn't about Dak Prescott. This is about a general manager who says something as crazy as do more with less. Who else says that? I've never heard another team say that. I've never heard another team say it. And so, what the Cowboys have going on, I'm not trying to make any comparisons between Dak and Cooper Rush because it's stupid. It's the dumbest comparison because you don't have to make the comparison. You make any argument for Cooper Rush, I'll destroy your argument every time. It's simple. He's hit the open market not once but twice. If he's that good, why is he still on the Cowboys? I'll destroy your argument again. If he's that good, why would the Joneses go take a chance on Trey Lance, spend a 4th-round draft pick, bring him in, try to let him play his way into Dak Prescott's position in the preseason? Y'all going to have to explain to me, if Cooper Rush is that good, why didn't they let him do it? Why didn't they? Why didn't the Cowboys use Cooper Rush as a bargaining chip? Why didn't the Cowboys say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get from up under Dak Prescott's contract. We're going to let Dak Prescott walk. We'll extend Cooper Rush for 2 more years. He was only making 2 years for $5 million. Cooper Rush, how about we extend you and we give you 2 more years? Well, you're only making $5 million over 2 years now. How about we give you a guaranteed $20 million over 2 years? We'll give you 15 guaranteed. 2 years, $20 million. We'll absorb Dak Prescott's contract. Cooper Rush, bridge from Dak Prescott. You'll be totally from up under Dak Prescott's contract. And then we'll go in the draft and we'll get us another quarterback and we'll extend Cooper another year. And then we'll let him take Cooper Rush's spot in 2026. Why didn't they do that? I'll destroy your argument every time. You can't argue against logic. You can't argue against logic. I'm not going to argue about what he's done in games because you got to know the whole game, just like this game right here, just like the Commanders game. It was the defense. It was Kevontae Turpin. We were watching what's going. We know the Cooper Rush formula. I'm not going to argue any games. I'm going to argue logic. You got to explain why is he still here, and you can't. You can if you're honest with yourself, but you can't if you're a hater because your argument is destroyed. There is no way that Cooper Rush is that good and he's still with the Dallas Cowboys. There's no way. There's just no way. And everyone's seeing it. Tom Brady's explaining it, y'all. We're not hearing what Tom Brady is explaining. Cooper Rush is a backup quarterback. That's what Tom Brady is explaining. He's a backup quarterback. He's doing exactly what you want a backup quarterback to do, win games. Duh. And what do teams do when you put the backup in? Okay, he's not the starter. So we got to make up for his deficiencies. We got to make up for his shortcomings. We got to keep it close in the game. That's why Mike McCarthy keeps saying the defense. The defense has been doing this for us. The defense is keeping the score close. The defense. Mike McCarthy isn't dumb. And I'm laughing because, okay, I'll listen. You can tell me about Cooper Rush, but I'm not going to argue. I'm going to let the facts continue to speak. He'll be a free agent again this year. Let's see if there's going to be a frenzy for Cooper Rush. I'm going to be waiting on it. I'm going to see if people do to Cooper Rush what they were doing to Daniel Jones. I was absolutely flabbergasted when they were talking about Daniel Jones. When they were saying that there was actually, that it was almost like they were saying there was a bidding war for Daniel Jones. What? But it goes to show you. This is exactly, watch this. I heard a discussion this week, and I've been saying this on this channel for a minute. Dak Prescott and Jimmy Johnson is disingenuous. Jimmy Johnson should know better than anybody. And I think he might have been a part of the reason why they even signed Dak Prescott. Because has anybody been hearing what they've been saying about this draft as it pertains to quarterbacks? They've been saying that this is a very weak draft for quarterbacks. I told y'all, this is football business. And some folks don't know football business. They think they know football. They don't know the whole business of football. When Todd Francis sat down with Jerry and Steven are weighing out all their options. You know what they did? They went and looked at the draft forecast, and they said, okay, what does the quarterback class coming out in 2024 look like? What will the 2025 draft look like? So we got Shedeur Sanders at the top. We have, let's see, I forgot the quarterback order, but here's the problem. After the second or third quarterback, the drop-off is so huge. It's so huge. You got Cam Ward. You got Shedeur Sanders, number 1. Cam Ward, number 2. Quinn Ewers, number 3. Jalen Milroe, number 4. Garrett Nussmeier from LSU. Carson Beck, Georgia. So on and so on. But even when you look beyond Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, maybe down to Jalen Milroe. 1, you're not getting Shedeur Sanders. You're not going to be high enough. 2, you probably don't get Cam Ward. You probably won't get high enough. But at the same time, is Cam Ward going to be better than Dak Prescott in the next 3 years? No. Cam Ward is probably not going to be better than Dak Prescott in the next 3 years. So you look at the draft and you say, that's not an option. That's not an option. We're not going to replace Dak Prescott in the draft. If we want to be competitive, it's not happening through the draft. We're not getting Shedeur Sanders. That's going to require to be a top 3 pick. They then looked at, okay, what quarterbacks would be available in free agency? Okay, well, if we let Dak Prescott go, and if there is a free agent quarterback, we can't afford to pay a free agent quarterback. Let's say Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's available. So you think you're going to pay Baker Mayfield $10 million a year? You're not paying Baker Mayfield $10 million a year. Any quarterback of that caliber that may come free, you're not getting him. Sam Darnold. Nope, we don't want Sam Darnold. He's not better than Dak Prescott. We don't want Sam Darnold. They weigh out all this stuff. And so Steven says, watch this. So, but there is a cheap option. Let's take a chance on Trey Lance. We had a first-round grade on him, just like San Francisco did and some other teams did too. We got a first-round grade on Trey Lance. So let's see if we can bring in Trey Lance. We can get Trey Lance on the cheap. It's only a $5 million deal. We don't have to pick up his fifth-year option. If Trey Lance comes in and show us something, then we can tell Dak Prescott, we'll let you walk. Trey Lance plays this year, or if you play out your deal this year, we'll let Trey Lance play. Trey Lance will play next year. And even if we say we're not going to pick up your fifth year, but now we'll ask you to come back and play for us for $10 or $15 million. If it would have been viable and they would have been able to be competitive, they would have done it. Oh, and don't let me forget the last scenario. Is Cooper Rush good enough to challenge Dak Prescott? Because if we got a quarterback in-house that's as good as Dak Prescott, or better, as some of us try to say, let's ride it out with Cooper Rush. How about we extend Cooper Rush? We'll extend him 3 years, as I said, 3 years. Hey, you're only making 5 for 2. How about we give you 20 for 3? 15 guaranteed. You think Cooper Rush turning it down? Why would he? He could parlay that into a big deal with some other team if they cut him in a couple of years. So you can give me every single stat you want to, but the one that speaks the loudest, he's still with the Cowboys. He's hit the open market twice. He's going to hit the open market again. They didn't use him as the bargaining chip against Dak Prescott. The whole league knows what Cooper Rush is, except for the delusional, fanatical Dallas Cowboy fans that hate Dak Prescott and love anybody other than the quarterback Dak Prescott are the only people who think that Cooper Rush can be this team's quarterback and is better than Dak Prescott. You can tell me what you want to. The proof is in the pudding. You can argue with yourself in the mirror, but you cannot argue with the facts. Cooper Rush is a backup quarterback, and that's all he is. Daniel says, as much as I despise the Eagles, so I have to agree, G, the Eagles are extremely loaded everywhere, and they have, yes, they're loaded, and they're way better than people are saying they are. Lost in Translation says, you know what I saw tonight that Rush did that Dak doesn't do? It was that toss sweep with Rico. It was so effective. How come they don't let Dak do that? I talked about that. It lost. I talked about it. Why does this team keep running up the middle? How about some tosses? How about some pitches? Mike is doing things with Cooper Rush because he knows Cooper Rush is limited. And so I got to cover up his limitations. But why don't you think about this with Dak and not say, okay, I know what Dak can do, so let me limit certain parts of the game, or let me put in some simple things. And then what I'll do with Dak Prescott, because the pundits agree, two things that Dak is expert at: blitzes and 2-minute offense. Okay, so I'll dumb the game down for Dak when we're running our regular offense because we want time of possession. And then when I want to turn Dak loose, because I'm going to let him run that 2-minute offense, not just 2 minutes at the 2-minute point, I'm going to let Dak run that 2-minute offense about 4 times a game. I'll let him come out and do it in the opening of the third quarter because they've been so terrible. I'll let him do it in the fourth quarter. I'll let him do it 4 or 5 times throughout the game. Okay, Dak, cook. Do what you want to do. 2-minute offense. I don't care what time it is. 2-minute offense. We need a score. Go down and get it. You take advantage of what he can do, and then there are points in the game you say, because other teams do this too. Hey, Jared Goff, hand the ball off. Hey, Lamar Jackson, we're just going to hand the ball off right here. Why is he not doing the same thing with Dak? And it leads me to believe that there may be somebody above saying, we're paying Dak too much money, or we're paying Dak this amount of money, so we need Dak to throw the ball this amount of times, or whatever the case may be, because I'm still confused at why the Joneses have play sheets. It doesn't make sense. And so this is why I think another coach, because you think about even what Ben Johnson does with Jared Goff. He's very smart at how he manages Jared Goff. He manages when he takes the big shots. He manages the screens, the short game. I'm telling you, man, I was watching some stuff that Ben Johnson was doing today, and I was just in awe of this man's game plan. I was in awe of this man's game plan. I was like, this dude is a true master play caller. Got weapons. He can do a lot of those things. But I'm telling you, he's a true master play caller. Dak had Amari, CD, Gallup, Cedric Wilson, Schultz, Ferguson, and Pollard. Yeah, he did. But the only problem is, sometimes we got to take it for what it is. Do we not realize that even when you have players, you still have teams that are better? And even now, you were not here probably, but I keep making the analogy of me with 64 crayons versus my girl cousin with 8 crayons, how she could do better things with 8 than I could do with 64. And then if he gave her 64, she'd definitely do better with 64 than I would do with 64. Because even when you have the team, Jimmy said it on FS1, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday. Jimmy said, if you have a good quarterback and a good coach, they're going to win. So now you got to start looking at, once you get, because everybody make up these, they want to say about the players. So now when you give me the players, do I have the coach? It matters. You know why? Because I showed you players. Now I'll peel back the onion layer even deeper. Now we got to go to the coaches of those players. And when we go to the coaches of those teams, even this year, so you telling me, CB4L, you telling me that you're taking, wait, let's go to the year you're talking about. What is this, maybe 2022? So let's go to that year, 2022, maybe 2021 also. So you're telling me, and anybody on here telling me, who you got? Kyle Shanahan, Mike McCarthy. Kyle Shanahan, Mike McCarthy. And you can tell me anything you want to about that team. But the 49ers, they've only been to the Super Bowl, what? Two, 3 of the last, 5 or 6? Was their squad better than the Cowboys? This is the part to me that starts to really frustrate me about people. You will tell me the team that Dak Prescott had. But I'm going to tell you the team that Troy Aikman had in 92, 93, 94, and 95. Name me a team that was better than the Cowboys in those 4 seasons. Name me a team. And I'm not talking about better. Had better players, better coaching. Name the team. Because you can't do it. There was not a better head coach in football in 92 and 93. There was not a team that had better players in football than the Dallas Cowboys in 93, 94, 95. Jimmy Johnson, as crazy as he was talking this week, Coaches and players matter. X's and O's, Jimmys and Joes. They matter. They do. And so you can tell me who Dak had all you want to, because now I'm going to peel the onion layer back to the next level. Who are the coaches? Because there is nobody in their right sane mind that'll tell you they'll take Mike McCarthy in a battle with Kyle Shanahan. They're not going to do it. Kyle Shanahan is a quarterback away, and he can't figure out the quarterback. This is the only problem that Kyle Shanahan has. And that's why I was telling folk, and I promise y'all, had Dak Prescott hit the open market, Brock Purdy was out of San Francisco, I bet you they'd have figured out a way to get him. Because Kyle Shanahan knows I'm a quarterback away. He's not even sold on Brock Purdy. His ownership may be sold on Brock Purdy. Everything that's pointing towards Kyle Shanahan, he's not satisfied with Brock Purdy. He knows he's a quarterback away and he can't get him. It matters. It matters who the coaches are. And that's why every time you tell me, because people always want to run to who Dak had. Who's the coach? This is why I got a problem with Mike McCarthy. You can't tell me you had Aaron Rodgers for 13 years and you could only muster up one Super Bowl, and you've had players on that team. He would win a lot of games. But he had the same problem he has in Dallas. I'm laughing tonight. They talking about, oh, yeah, Mike McCarthy wants to run the ball. No, he doesn't. He's forced to run the ball. He don't have a choice with Cooper Rush. He's forced to run the ball. That's why when you give him a Dak Prescott or an Aaron Rodgers, he wants to throw it. He does. He loves the West Coast offense. It's built around throwing. It is. Yep, Miss Matrix, it's like Steven been afraid since the Elliott deal, for sure. Tua didn't do much for Miami tonight against Jordan Love and the Packers. He, too, should be thrown into the conversation of quarterbacks who got paid and have done nothing. And watch this. Watch this. You make a great point, Gabe. Watch this. So, now Tua has been hurt. He came back. But Tua had this same depth chart last year almost. Look at Tua's depth chart. This right here is all I need to see. And watch this. This right here, this Devon and Raheem Mostert, Miami's running game is nice. It is. It is. Now, Tua's been hurt, but look at this. You don't think he should have been more competitive? Tyreek Hill. You got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. You got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Odell Beckham Jr., and you can't do nothing with that. Give Dak that right there. You give Dak Prescott this right here, this, and Dak Prescott do what Tua Tagovailoa doing, I'll tell you in a heartbeat, trade him. There's something wrong. Tell me when Dak Prescott's had that. I would dare say, you tell me, CB4L put up Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. And I'm not even counting who you put up. I remember Cedric Wilson. I'm not even putting Cedric. That's right. Gallup, come on, man. Cedric Wilson, Gallup. I'm not even talking with those. These three, I'm not even talking about these right here. Zeke, he wasn't even Zeke even then. So I'll take this over this. I'll take this over what Dak had. And I bet you give Dak this right here, he'll eat. Give Dak Prescott this right here, he'll eat. Dak Prescott would literally tear the league up with Tyreek Hill. He would tear this league to pieces with Tyreek Hill. And y'all tell me who you got. Who do you got? Mike McCarthy. Who y'all taking? Mike McCarthy or the Miami Dolphins head coach calling plays? Who y'all got? I'm taking Mike McDaniel over Mike McCarthy calling plays every day of the week. He's way more creative. And Mike McDaniel, though, I think the problem is with Mike McDaniel, I believe Mike McDaniel sold his career down the river because he was one of the people who was saying that he want Tua Tagovailoa. He going to live and die with him. He going to live and die with Tua Tagovailoa. Am I missing something on that Dalvin Cook pickup? They're just not playing him. They're just not playing him. Miss Matrix, yeah, Daniel Jones. Yeah, they're just not playing him. DJ went to sleep 2-9 and woke up 9-2. Yeah. The Falcons were built to get a huge lead in the Super Bowl and blew it in the second half, and then 2 hours away from Atlanta. I was in Vegas during the Super Bowl, and I didn't even watch it. I knew they would lose. Yeah. Yeah, and then if you even think about the Atlanta Falcons squad, could you imagine Dak Prescott with the Atlanta Falcons squad? I'll take that over what Dallas has. Look at what Kirk Cousins is doing with that squad. Nothing. Dak Prescott get all the smoke. Eric Black said, hold up, didn't Daniel Jones go to the wild card with the Giants? I think he did. And a lot of people are saying that Daniel Jones didn't get a fair shake. That's why teams wanted Daniel Jones. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to be surprised if Sam Darnold is not with the Minnesota Vikings next year, and they give this thing to Daniel Jones. Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, though, didn't the Minnesota Vikings draft a quarterback, and the quarterback wound up getting hurt? So I got a feeling they're going to probably keep Daniel Jones, let go of Sam Darnold, and maybe let that quarterback, if he can build it back, come back. Crazy how Daniel Jones gets the benefit of the doubt. Boy, Wicked, you better stop. Man, Tyrod Taylor, I'm telling you, they need to do a documentary on Tyrod Taylor, man. Because Tyrod Taylor got to be the most unlucky quarterback in the league, bro. Sam Darnold is one and done in Minnesota. Yep. Teams will look at him before A-Rod. Daniel Jones and J.J. McCarthy will have training camp battle to see who Minnesota Vikings start a quarterback next season. And I'm telling you, I think that Daniel Jones is going to get another chance in this league because a lot of people, and I'm going to tell you something, I bet you, because he's a product in a sense of the Mannings, I wouldn't be surprised if they're behind the scenes telling people he's better than what people think he is. I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing that. The Real Daryl said the people that support Cooper Rush as QB1 probably think that the other NFL teams are not seeing what they see in Rush. Bill Belichick would not sign Cooper Rush to be. See, this is the part. This is the part, Real. This is why I say I'm not gonna argue stats because the stats ain't fair. Because Dak's stats are game for game. Dak's stats are better. We don't even have to talk about that. The proof is in the reality. The proof is in the reality, Real. Why is he still with the Cowboys? He's hit the open market twice. Nobody wanted him. He's still with the Cowboys. You telling me the whole NFL hasn't seen it? If he was that good, why didn't they use him as the bargaining chip? Why did they go get Trey Lance? Why'd they do it? Why is he still not under contract? What they waiting on? I mean, there are so many things you can keep going back and forth with. Why? We know why. We know why. Why wasn't he the bargaining chip? I'm not bringing Trey Lance in. He's not. Why do I need to bargain with Trey Lance if Cooper Rush is all that? I don't care if I got to use Cooper Rush as my bridge quarterback. He was the key to getting from under Dak Prescott's contract. You didn't need Trey Lance to do it. Cooper Rush. Everybody says Cooper Rush. Let him do it. He couldn't. He couldn't and he can't. They can say anything they want to say about him. They couldn't and they can't. He's not good enough. Cooper Rush is undefeated versus NFL outside of the Eagles 72 record. That's the problem. A lot of people were talking about this whole thing with Cooper Rush and his record, but it doesn't tell the story. It's not telling the story. He's still not good enough. And that's the end of the story. He's a backup quarterback. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Do you get a backup quarterback to win or lose? You put him in, your defense steps up, you tighten up on your mistakes, you tighten up on your penalties, you hope your special teams does some things, you hope your defense scores some touchdowns. You do those things with a backup quarterback. You don't worry about those things with the starter. You don't worry about those things. That's what Cooper Rush is. Cooper Rush, I'm not accurate enough to be an elite quarterback, man. Yep, he's doing all what he can. Because if he was doing what he wanted, Dak would have never gotten signed. Eric, this is the part the Dak haters will not accept. I keep saying it. Dak don't get the deal if Cooper Rush is the real deal. How much y'all bet? How much y'all bet there was not one team tonight, and there was not one team last week that saw the Washington Commanders game and the New York Giants game? How much you bet there's not one team out there saying, maybe we ought to get Cooper Rush a shot next year? I bet you there's not one team. Now, there may be a team saying, man, you know what? He might be a good backup next year if he hits the open market. There's not one team saying Cooper Rush can be our quarterback. Y'all know how I know this is true? Y'all ready for it? Riddle me this. Why didn't the Minnesota Vikings come calling the Cowboys when they needed a quarterback? Why'd they get Sam Darnold? Why did they call about Sam Darnold? Are you telling me that Sam Darnold is better than Cooper Rush? No way. No way he's better than Cooper. Because, wait a minute. So you're telling me that Sam Darnold's not better than Dak Prescott? How could that be? Y'all want to see how facts speak? Y'all do know that the Cowboys actually could have went and got Sam Darnold rather than Trey Lance. Could have went and got Sam Darnold. I mean, he's only making $10 million a year. Could have went and got Sam Darnold. You wouldn't even have to fool with a draft pick. Why didn't they go get Sam Darnold, y'all? We didn't even worry about Cooper Rush. Why didn't they go get Sam Darnold? Why didn't they do it? Folk who don't understand football business do not understand. They exhausted every avenue, and Dak was better than every solution they had. CB4L, I don't believe you. I believe Jimmy advised Jerry Jones to sign Dak. And the reason why I believe it is what Jimmy said in September. He said when Dak got the deal, he deserves it. Dak is the man. And they questioned him. They said, what about his playoff games? He said he's going to win playoff games. You put players around him and he'll win. No, Jimmy Johnson said, and I believe he said it, sign Dak. Jimmy's a bold-faced liar. Jimmy is a bold-faced liar when he says he wouldn't have signed Dak Prescott. No, he's saying I wouldn't have signed Dak Prescott if I knew he was going to get hurt and the team wasn't going to be doing as good as what we thought they were. Who thought they were actually going to do good? They let 9 starters go. Who thought the Cowboys were going to be good? We knew the offensive line was in shambles. We knew their defense wasn't that good. Who actually thought for the Cowboys to literally win 3 games with Dak Prescott? People don't understand. It was a miracle. It was a miracle. And he could have won more if Mike McCarthy wasn't doing dumb stuff like fake punts, not running the ball with Rico Dowdle. They still could have been winning. No, I believe that Jimmy was a part of the reason why they signed Dak. The whole Jerry Jones offseason mantra is coming to fruition. Now with Cooper Rush at quarterback, we got to win more with less. Say less. That's it. Yes, that's it. Period. In the story. There's no discussion on it. Jay Army said, I'll be laughing this offseason if it would be Jerry thing to do is to fire Mike McCarthy and hire Jason Witten that barely has high school coaching experience. And yeah, at Dog Free Shop and say we're stacked. You know what? I'm going to tell you though. I don't think it's going to be Jason Witten. One, I think it's going to be Mike McCarthy. I'm not going to be surprised if they bring him back and maybe they take the play calling duties away from him. Which, if you pay attention, he's making a strong case. But this is another reason why I would let him go. Because my question would be, why were you not calling a similar game plan with Dak Prescott? Which, let's pump the brakes on these last two games. He's not going to be able to call the same game against the Cincinnati Bengals, I don't believe. Because I believe if I'm the Cincinnati Bengals, this game plan is simple for me. I got Joe Burrow. You got Cooper Rush. I'm going to stop Rico Dowdle because he's the only running back you have. Football strategy, y'all, is easy. Now, the question becomes, do you have the personnel? So for me, this is going to be simple. Oh, you're running Rico Dowdle, huh? We're going to stop Rico Dowdle because we know these are the only plays you run. You run A gap, B gap. You run between the tackles. So we'll stack the box, and we're going to stop you, and we're going to keep you in third and long. We're going to keep you in third and long. And we want the ball in Cooper Rush's hand because the Dak Prescott hating, Dallas Cowboy loving, Cooper Rush loving fan says that Cooper Rush is the man. Cowboys play better with him than Dak. I'm going to put the proof in the pudding. I'm going to make Cooper Rush beat me. That's my strategy. I'm going to make him beat me. The New York Giants didn't have the New York Giants didn't have the personnel to do it. But number two, what they did was they made a mistake when they got behind the 8 ball with that interception, and then they got behind in the game. The Commanders made the mistake of they were able to do it for the most part, and when they were ready to put Cooper Rush in a chokehold, lo and behold, Kevontae Turpin runs a doggone kickoff back. And then they score a long touchdown, and lo and behold, they missed the extra point. They were ready to put Cooper Rush in a chokehold. Because if you tell me it's between Jaden Daniels and Cooper Rush for the last drive of the game, which one of those two win, I got my money on Daniels. But special teams bailed them out. Defense today bailed them out. I'm Cincinnati. It's simple. I'm going to stop your run. And I'm sure they're both. Now, the Cowboys to me will be at a disadvantage against the Bengals. Because you can stop the run with Joe Burrow all you want to. Joe Burrow, even with pressure, even with hits, Joe Burrow is going to throw, and he's going to throw long, and he's going to complete touchdowns on the Cowboys. Book it. I don't care if the Cowboys sack Joe Burrow 6 times. Joe Burrow is going to throw touchdowns. Not one, he's going to throw at least 3 or 4. We're about to see what Zimmer is really made of because I'm telling y'all, this Cincinnati Bengals vertical game is different. Their vertical game is different. Their vertical game is different. And the Cowboys are going to have some issues. But if it's me, it's easy. I'm making Cooper Rush beat me. I'm going to stop all this Cooper Rush talk. I am. J. Homer said Dollar Tree shop. I don't know that, boss. Cowboys need to rebuild that offensive line in this upcoming draft. Yep. They need to finish it. And I think they need to go in free agency and try to shore it up too, if they need to. Facts, our offensive line is horrible, no doubt. The game past Jimmy, really, that's crazy talk. I don't think I don't know if anybody said the game past Jimmy. I didn't say it, but I do think that Jimmy, you got to understand something. Jimmy is understanding the assignment. When you talk negative about the Dallas Cowboys, it will bring you views. There are people out there right now, they have channels. I say let's talk Cowboys. They have channels about hating the Dallas Cowboys. Got huge followings. They do. I could actually get more views, more subscribers if I talk bad about Dak Prescott. If I talk bad about the team, if I did those things, because there are people who are drawn more to that stuff. Jimmy isn't dumb, just like Cam Newton. I said the same thing about Cam Newton. Cam Newton, you better get with the program, bro. Cam Newton talking about why we always talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Are you dumb? Because no one wants to hear about these other teams, bro. I'm sorry. Nobody wants to hear about the Carolina Panthers. You can talk about Carolina all you want to. Nobody's tuning in to hear about them. Jimmy is not dumb. And if we think these people are dumb, you don't think they know when they make certain comments? When James Jones, without knowing the MRI, comes out and says Dak quit on the team. You don't think James Jones knew that was going to draw a whole lot of attention to FS1, to the facility? Come on, people. We got to be smarter than this. These networks are dumb. They know what they're doing. Cooper Rush not even good enough to check. I said that early in the year, Eric. Why didn't the Las Vegas Raiders get Cooper Rush? Why didn't he? Because the rumor was they were gearing up for Dak Prescott. Why were they not gearing up for Cooper Rush? Man, I'm telling you, Eric, you don't even have to argue with the stats. You don't. All you have to do is show the logic of what everybody is using. The quarterback selection and the offensive line is very weak this season. It's going to be a skill and defensive draft this year. We will draft a skill guy in the first round and an offensive lineman in the draft. Man, I'm telling you, Loss, I hope their first round is wide receiver because they're not going to get Genty. They can do what they want to do with the second. We haven't been really good with the second, so if they want to do D-line, whatever, I hope the dude from Penn State, which he probably won't be there, I wouldn't be opposed to taking him, but they probably not going to do that because of Micah Parsons. He wants to play end, but I want them to get a wide receiver in the first round. I want them to get the best wide receiver available. Best wide receiver available. 2, do what you want to do with that. Linebacker, DN, whatever you want to do. 3rd, you cannot let a running back go. I think these running backs, there are a lot of great running backs, and I think the top 5 ones. I think everybody behind Genty will probably be available in the 2nd or 3rd. I'm getting a running back no later than the 3rd. I would love for them to get him in the 2nd. I hope they get skill positions at the top of that draft because it's hard to miss on those guys at the top. Those skill position guys. The quarterback to me is the only exception. Mixed bag, all depends on what you put around them. But they already got the quarterback. So for me, get one of them skill guys. CB4L, how come nobody else has offered Jimmy an office job after he fills it at Miami? See, the real Daryl, when the offseason come, I'm going to be doing a lot of this kind of work. I'm going to be talking about these kind of situations, player profiles, and stuff like what you just said. As much as Jerry Jones needed Jimmy Johnson, do y'all know Jimmy Johnson needed Jerry Jones? What did he do after Jerry? He went to Miami. Jimmy Johnson did diddly squat at Miami. Nothing. He did absolutely nothing after the Cowboys. People do not understand. When Jimmy Johnson came to the Cowboys, what was it, 89? It was the perfect storm. Him and Jimmy Johnson was the perfect match. You got the brawn, I got the brains. Let's make plenty of money. Jimmy Johnson needs these Cowboys to win, to make them into the most valuable franchise in sports. He needed to start it off with a bang. He know what he did to Tom Landry. The fan base was upset. Winning cures all. Jerry Jones said, we must win at all costs. What does he do? He go gets his old buddy Jimmy Johnson. What does he do for Jimmy Johnson? People don't understand it. The Herschel Walker trade. I think it spurned some 50, 53 different transactions for the Cowboys. They ate off that for what? Almost 6, 7 years? It was the perfect storm, and people don't understand it. And sometimes we're acting like Jimmy was the best thing since sliced bread. Jimmy was great. I ain't taking nothing away from Jimmy. I love his mentality. Jimmy was, I'm telling you, Jimmy was nice. But Jimmy had a lot of players. Jimmy had more players than probably most people in history. Than most people in history. Jimmy was offered a lot of money. I mean, a lot of players. And he got almost every player he wanted. Name a coach who's done that. What coach has literally got almost every player they wanted? That's why by the time he got to Miami, he couldn't do those things. Jimmy was trash in Miami. He was. Clay Baines said the same problem the Eagles had when they put in Nick Foles. They simplified it from Carson Wentz. Good results that year. Don't forget also, Clay, they had already built a team for Carson Wentz. And it was a great team. It was no slouch. They had a great team. They did. They had a great team. They did. No, Dak Delusional, you're not listening to me. You don't have to dumb the whole game down. But there are certain parts of a game plan, I'm sorry. It needs to be as simple as Dak hand the ball off. There are certain points in the game. Offensive coordinators have to be smart enough to manage. And it's not about a 9-year vet. They did it with Tom Brady. They did this with Tom Brady. Tom, right here, hand the ball off. Okay, simple. Tom, pitch. Okay, simple. There are times when you just say, this is how simplistic the game is. Because at the end of the day, this game is that simplistic. You're either running or throwing it. It's that simple. And sometimes it's as simple as nothing fancy. Turn around and hand it off, doggone it. Exactly what they're doing now. Turn around and hand it off. Don't give me this 9-year vet stuff. If I'm a coach, even Ben Johnson from time to time says, Jared Goff, hand the ball off. Nothing more, nothing less. Hand the doggone ball off. Do you not understand? Even Andy Reid has adopted this concept with Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, hand the ball off. You don't want me to do anything? No, hand the ball off. That's it. Hand it off. Oh, hey, you know what? We're just going to run an out route. Oh, it's just going to be a dig route. Hey, it's just going to be a quick slant. That's it. No, that's it, Patrick. We don't need you to do any of your superheroics. We need you at certain points of the game because we're managing the time of possession. We're managing the game. All quarterbacks, no matter how we slice it, they're game managers. There are certain points where we want them to be game changers. And when we have quarterbacks that can be game changers, we want to be able to say there are points in the game where we need to change, and there are certain points in the game to where we say, now it's time to drive the bus. Hey, we need a 14-play drive. Our defense, we need to keep them off the field. Whatever the case may be, you do different things. And so this is my problem with Mike McCarthy. It's the same problem he had in Green Bay. The same problem that Aaron Rodgers had with him. He's so vanilla at times as far as his passing game because he loves the West Coast. But he also doesn't know how to manage situational football. And you'll notice that's what he's been talking about the last couple of weeks. I've been talking about that the whole season. Every coach needs to understand situational football. There are certain times when you do certain things and there are certain times when you don't, period. I don't care how old your quarterback is. Tom will tell you that. Jay Army says, what year was it that made you say and think, yeah, Dak, the guy, and I'm a fan of this man, was when he walked in the Steelers in late 2016 and upset them. He was incredible that year, fast throw on the run. Well, for me, it wasn't that game. It was in the preseason. and I saw how Dak was playing in the preseason before Tony Romo got hurt. People were talking about how good he was. And I had heard about the fact that this kid, Dak Prescott, won the MVP in the Senior Bowl. They talked about how good he played. And then when Tony Romo got hurt, how good he played. He played phenomenal. He had, like I said, he had a great people talk about this Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb stuff, but I think his best team was his rookie year. Because that's when the O-line was the best. This team, to me, changed when Travis Frederick, I keep saying it, to me, this team changed when Travis Frederick went down with that disease. But, no, I always thought Dak was the man. I always did. It was the rookie year that sold me, and it was what he did in preseason. The real Dak's rookie year, everything was strictly off play action. Yep. Football still comes down to running the football, time possession, stopping and run. Anybody want to know what Andy Reid is doing now? Andy Reid has taken Patrick Mahomes back to the basics. Football is simple when you think about it. It just is. It's just simple. Yep, no salary cap era in those years. And that's another reason why I don't think Jimmy could make it in this. I don't know. He'd have to prove it, but I don't think Jimmy can make it. When you can get any player you want to, it's different. The pros was almost like a college game in a sense. It's not like that no more. And that's why we be giving Jerry, that's why I say we be talking about these 90 Cowboys and we be comparing them to Troy Aikman. I don't like people comparing them to Troy Aikman because Troy Aikman was in a non-salary cap era and they put all kinds of players behind him. Jimmy Johnson thought he could make a magical run with Marino. Yep, I remember that. I thought he had Dan Marino and it failed. He hit the exit door. He saw it was not going to happen. He had the pieces in Dallas, in Miami, nothing. In the story. Keelan Glasby said 49ers were better. Yep, that's why they wanted it. That's why they would have got Deion Sanders and Charles Haley from the 49ers. They had to. Buffalo Bills were better. Man. Clay. Boy, I feel sorry for the kicker, bro. But the Cowboys teams were just too loaded. They were, man. Mark Schlereth talked about it. I'm going to pull that video up and I'll probably play it this week. Mark Schlereth said, man, when he looked across the field of the Dallas Cowboys, Mark Schlereth said literally they didn't have one player that could start on that 90s Cowboys team. He said they didn't have one player on their team that could start on it. The real Darryl says Shanahan's problem is he wants to be the smartest guy in the room. That part too. He lost 2 Super Bowls to KC by not putting the game on his running back and O-line. I think there's something about a lot of these coaches like Shanahan. I think in their mind, everybody wants to pass the ball and they want these prolific passing games. But at the end of the day, man, there are 2 things that travel in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. Defense and run games. I'll take them all day long. That's why Troy Aikman got those Super Bowls. Troy Aikman did not throw the Cowboys in the Super Bowl history. No, they ran the ball down everybody. There was nobody that could stop the run game. CD Gallup and Cooper shared the field only 7 times within 3 years. They all played together. Okay. Jimmy could coach. There's no doubt that Jimmy could coach. But Jimmy benefited from having all those doggone weapons. Because look at Jimmy's record before he got the weapons. He wasn't winning either. I mean, you know what? People do not understand this phenomenon about the 90s Cowboys. And I've shown this already. But when you look at the 90s Cowboys record, they were really only good for about 5 years. I mean, really. They were really only good for about 5 years. Let's see if we can pull up their record here. Because I was showing this the other day, how people do not understand how Troy Aikman fell off of a cliff after Jimmy Johnson. When you look at their record in the 90s, I think Jimmy got there in 89. And Troy was there, 88 maybe? 88, 89? And so when you look at their record, I think they were 1-15 in 89. They were 7-9 in 1990. The Herschel Walker trade occurred in 89. They were 7-9 in 1990. They started getting their players and all of this stuff in drafts. Look what happened. They were 11-5, 91. 13-3, 92. That was a Super Bowl year. 12-4, 93 was a Super Bowl year. They won. 94, they got beat in the playoffs. Thinking that was maybe the 49ers or one of them, they got beat. 12-4 in 95. Switch was there in 94. I'm thinking, Switch was there in 94. They still got some of the coaching staff, though, and they got the players. They go 12-4 in 95. They win the Super Bowl again. So they win 3-4. And then when you look in 96, look at what happened to Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman falls off a cliff. 10-6, 6-10, 10-6, 8-8. The Cowboys were dominant for about, like I said, 5 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. They were extremely dominant. But do you notice? No one talks about the Cowboys beyond 95. No one talks about them from 79, which was the last Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Nobody talks about the Cowboys from 79 to, 92? Nobody's talking about the Cowboys. 92, 93, 94, 95. Boom, 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 right behind each other. And then they fall right back off a cliff. Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they lose in the playoffs in 96? I'm thinking to, what was that? The Carolina Panthers? I thought they lost to the Carolina Panthers as an expansion team or something. The Carolina Panthers were kind of coming up at that point in time. And then after that, it was pretty much over. It's pretty much over after that. So for about 5 years, they were all that in a bag of chips. They gave us one more kind of thrilling season in, 98? I mean, I don't even know if you call it thrilling. And then after that, what had they done? I mean, what did they do? Cowboys didn't really get back on the map until Tony Romo. Cowboys went through some dismal years, guys. That's why I be laughing how people be acting about Dak Prescott and even how they acted about Tony Romo. I mean, man, neither one of those dudes had the benefits of Troy Aikman. Shoot, man, please. We just don't know what we're saying here, man. We just do not know what we're talking about. Lost in translation said, I'm not being funny. Might be something wrong with Miami. They had Jimmy Johnson and Nick Saban. They did both of them in. They also had Dan Marino and didn't do anything with them. I'm looking at you, Miami. You know what? But at the same time, Jimmy said something. Jimmy said it this week. He said you have a great coach and great quarterback, they're going to win. Well, he didn't do it with Dan Marino. And he didn't have the players. It's just bottom line. He didn't have the players. They didn't even try to effectively establish the run with Dak. Running Zeke. Oh, yes. It's a travesty what they did this season, but I think they knew what they were doing. Gabe said, preach, G. Jimmy Johnson benefited just as much as Jerry Jones did during that 90s Cowboys. He did. Though Jerry's been self-made billionaire, neither has won or been the same without each other. This is the reason why I call Tom Brady the GOAT, because Tom Brady did something that Bill hasn't been able to do. Tom Brady went to another team and won a Super Bowl. Tom Brady still looked good after he left the Patriots. And as much as we want Bill Belichick hasn't looked good since Tom Brady. Didn't look good before Tom Brady as a head coach. He was great as a defensive coordinator, but he didn't look good. Man, derail. I was confident in Dak when he went toe-to-toe with Aaron Rodgers. Man, yes. And it wasn't Dak's fault they lost that game. I'm sorry. Aaron Rodgers bragged about it. He threw the play away that Mike McCarthy called in the huddle. Boy, I wish he'd ran Mike McCarthy's play. Shoot, Dallas Cowboys probably win that game. I mean, he probably win that game. That joker said they threw the play away that Mike McCarthy called, and Aaron Rodgers drew up a play in the dirt. Wow. What I can't understand is why Mike McCarthy has been coaching in the NFL for 18 years, and he never thought maybe my time management should improve. Maybe I should work time possession. But no, he's been the same, hasn't he? He's been the same. That's why I'm like, I understand everything with Jerry Jones. But for me, nah, I can't have Mike McCarthy back if it's me. Guffin said Zach Martin needs to be benched. His backups have looked better. I'll be honest with you, Cullen. I think they're playing him now out of respect. They're playing him out of respect. And I'll be honest with you, if I was Zach Martin, to be honest with you, if I plan on playing next year, if I'm Zach, you know what I would do? They wouldn't have to sit me down. I would just stay on the injury. I just kind of stay on the injury report and get my body back right. I'm not coming out playing 90%, 95%. Do what D-Law doing. Get your body 100%. Let the young guys play. You're not going to the Super Bowl more. I mean, you're not going to the playoffs more than likely, man. Just get your body back together. Ego is a problem for a large number of coaches at the college and pro level. Yep. Doing the little and the fundamental things have cost teams championships. That's why Andy Reid, I'm telling y'all, has went back to defense win championships. And that's why he went and got Pacheco. Yep. And I said this earlier too, Real Daryl. What has helped the O-line is they're sticking to the run. Has helped the O-line is they are sticking to the run game. Because this is what you do with a young offensive line. You run the ball, and they need to stop running it straight up the middle. You run sweeps. You run different design runs, pulling guards and stuff, tackles, do whatever you got to do. You get that defensive line on the run. You get them used to run blocking. They will run block better than pass block. And then you work that pass blocking in. Because when you got guys that got power, they'll be better at the running game anyway. They will be. And so that's my problem with Mike McCarthy because, anybody can tell me anything you want to, but I'm not paying you to win with my backup quarterback who I know can't take us to the he's not going to take us to the playoffs. I need you to win with my starting quarterback. And I think Jerry, like I said, I think Jerry is actually going to go out there and get Dak Prescott some weapons this year. I do. All right, man. For y'all who haven't subscribed, please do. Hit that like button. That notification bell. I'm excited the Cowboys have won another game because it's going to give us even more to be talking about the Cowboys over the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I am so excited because we're finally going to see a game. I believe the Cincinnati Bengal game is going to tell us exactly what we are made of. I do. Mitch Roman, appreciate the $5 super chat. The only reason Aikman was one is because he had a stacked team with no cap. Give that team to Dak and he would have 4 Super Bowls. I believe it. Appreciate you, the Real Daryl. For our show as always. Yes, sir. We're going to be back tomorrow, but we're going to have some fun tomorrow because all the interviews going to be coming down. We're going to be hearing all the stuff the Cowboys saying about what they're going to do about this. And, oh, man, I cannot wait to hear what Michael Parsons, he going to have a whole lot to say. He going to have us hyped. He going to have a lot of the Cowboy fans hyped up talking about they on a run. We're going to see. We're about to see. I mean, they really do have 2 winnable games, even though I think the Bengals are going to be a tough out. They got 2 winnable games. They mess around and beat the Bengals and the Panthers, man, this fan base gonna go nuts. And whatever ticket sales have not been sold for them last 2 home games, they are not gonna have to worry about selling them tickets because they are going to sell, and they're not gonna have to worry about flexing no games out. Man, this game with the Commanders, it might turn out to be must-watch TV. You know what I'm saying? So, again, that's going to do it for me, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.